Hello and welcome again. After a long time, I am back with a new project and it's a React Tailwind CSS project. But for the backend, we'll work with Express.js, Node.js, and obviously MongoDB. And we can say it's a little monster project, but it's complete. It's actually a blog related website for recipes. Actually, if you are a food influencers or if you have planned to create a blog for a food niche, then you can use this template. Okay, so here let me implement some functionality of these websites. At the top you can see a little navigational bar. Okay, and then a hero section. Here we'll have a title and a search functionality, and the most interesting thing is that you can use this search functionality very awesome. For example, if I just uh, type toast and press enter, then you can see that two available products are showing. If you try to just find out some others blog, then let me type salad, then you can see salad related. There are two posts actually on salad related. If you just start with B, that means all the product related to B. That means you can just modify it breakfast or others. You have to just type here. So this way actually search functionality will work. Then let's back to the home page. Then here you can see there are some categorization and it's obviously work. If I want to show you, let me just click any of these categories. For example, if I click this first one, actually entries, then you can see the category name is there and there are two product available. If you try to click breakfast, then breakfast, the text is highlighted here and there are two available products. If you click lunch, then lunch is highlighted and two products available. Desserts, actually for desserts we will have three products available, and you can see all of the products are related to the dessert category. And here you can see the colors is highlighting, and we'll make this type of color filterings. If you click any of these, then this color will be filtered and used here. So that is the functionality for the categorization. If you go back to the home, then next we will have a featured recipe post. Actually this is a featured post, and here there are some text and a label. That means this is a featured post. Then we will have latest recipe, and here we will have actually four recipes, and there is a button for visiting all recipes. Okay, then we will have a newsletter section. It's a little newsletter section. Then we will have a about section, and there is a image and some text. Here the company's logos for branding actually. Then other subscriptional option and a little footer section. And you can see this design is very premium, and it's actually help you to get a new job actually for a intern job or fast time. If you are trying to get a job, you can use this template obviously. Okay, so let me show you another functionality. If you want to click any of these projects, for example, if you click this actually the latest recipe, then you can see the image is presenting here, the title is there, the description, and here is the preparation time. We will calculate these two times and it will add here. Then ingredient section, instruction sections, then we'll have nutrition plan. So this single page is obviously awesome. You can see how this is uh awesome. Okay, let me show you again. If you just choose this one, just check the image first and the title obviously, and this is entries. Actually the color is also very elegant. Okay, let me click this on, then you can see the image is here, the all the details is there. Okay, so that is our single thing, single products page. Okay, now next let's click to the recipe page, and if you click recipes, then you will have all the recipes. You can see all the recipes is there, and if you want to filter, then you can obviously do that. For example, let me click this entities, then you will find that two entities desserts. So I have already shown that. Then if you want to go back the resource page and want to check it the resource page, then you will find resource page have some blog actually, and here is some text. and this is some blogs. After then you can visit about page, and this is actually a very simple about page with a quotation. We'll learn how you can add this type of quotation and column button. Okay, after then the last one is actually contact page, and here a simple contact us page. Okay, so that is the overview of the website, but let's test it with a mobile device how it's going to look. So I just click inspect, and if I just make sure it's on the very small devices, mobile devices, let me scroll it. You can see the website is also very clean on mobile devices. You can see it's actually very clean, and you can see how elegant this website is. Okay, so let me just show you the responsiveness. If I just increase the size, you can see it's increasing. Okay, and after a certain time the navbar is collapsed, and when you go a bigger size then navbar will be visible. You can see here. Okay, the another thing is that if you click this navbar menu bar icon, then you will have this type of thing. Let me show you again. If you click, then it will be presented here the navbar options, and if you click the cross icon, then it will gone. Okay, and now this time let me open this or these on actually, or these on, just to show you how it's looking on a single blog page. Okay, click here, and you can see the image is there and all the details are presenting here. Okay, now go back, and here for responsiveness we can just test it here on this latest recipe. When you are just increasing the size on the small devices, actually on the medium size or small devices, you will find two recipes in place, and then if you increase the size then 3 will be present, and when you increase the larger size 4 will be presented here. So that is the responsiveness of the website. I think it's very elegant and it will be very helpful. Okay, so next, a audience of my YouTube channel is recommended that if we use some animation on this website, then that would be very awesome. So for this, actually this is a bonus part. So if you I have time, I actually show you. So we'll show you how you can apply this type of animations. So look, the animation is here. If I refresh, this is actually animating. If you scroll, then this type of animation will be presented here. If you scroll again, look the animation. The animation is here, also here. You can see how it's actually, when you scroll down, then the text is moving from the left side and images from moving from the bottom side. Okay, we will show you how you can apply this type of animation to the whole website. Okay, so that is a bonus part and it's a requested part. So I didn't push the code, so that's why it's actually don't working on this real website. Okay, so, and at the end of the website, at the end of the video, actually, we will host our project on Vercel, and you will just share this link to anyone. And I will show you actually the deployment, how you can deployment the backend and how you can deploy it the front end. Okay, the whole complete projects will be presented. Okay, let's get started. Let me close this on and close this on. Here, I will create a folder first. We will have to create a new folder, and here we'll name it, I can just name it anything, and I just name it Vegify React project or something like this. Okay, I just created a folder. You can see this is the my folder, and this folder is empty. If I just click here, you can see this is actually the empty folder. So what we'll do, we'll open this folder on VS Code. So that's why here we'll just open in terminal, and then what you have to do, you have to type, look, here is the project name, the folder name, and here if we type code dot, then it will open it on VS Code. You can see this is the empty project. So this is the empty project. So this is one way how you can open it, or there is another way what you can just do it. So let me close this. If you have this folder, then you can just simply drag it and paste it here. Then again, the project will open on VS Code. So this is the first step. So you can see the project name is here and this project is empty. We'll have to start from the empty projects and we'll show you step by step. Okay, the first task is we have to create two folder. The first folder is actually here. We'll create a backend folder. So this is our backends, or you can name it server, and we'll create another folder that will be front end. Okay, so at first let's get started with the front end. So that's why we'll open the terminal. If you just drag and just it, then your terminal will be open, or you can just open your terminal from here. Control Shift and caret sign, then the terminal will be open here. Okay, so that is the first task. When your terminal is open, you can split this. Okay, so let me click this split section, and here you can see we have two terminal because I just click this split terminal and there is the two terminal. We need two terminal. Why? Actually, the left terminal will be used for the front end and the right terminal will be used for the back end. Okay, so this time what we will do, we will type cd. That means right now we are on the project website, that is actually vgify react projects. We have to go inside this front end. That's why we'll type cd, that means change directory, and then we'll type f and press the tab from the keyboard. Then you will suggest the folder name. This is front end folder, and after then you will press enter. So you can see the folder path is changed here. You can just make sure this is front end. After then we will have to install Vite React project. So for this, actually what we will do, we will go to Tailwind CSS website. This is Tailwind CSS websites, and from here we'll click this get started. I love this documentation. If you are a beginner, then it's the best documentation. So from here, this is installation page by default, and we'll click this framework guides, and here we'll choose Vite. We'll use Vite to create our first React projects. Okay, so at the beginning what we will just do, we'll copy this section npm create Vite latest. We'll copy this section and we'll paste it here. So look, npm create Vite, you can manually type it or you can just copy paste it. It's not actually the big deal. Then we'll define dot slash. Why dot slash? Actually we want to make sure this project will be initiated within this current folder, actually the front end folder. That's why we will make sure it's dot slash. Okay, if you press enter, then you can see it will just ask you just choose a framework. We can use our up and down arrow key from the keyboard, and when the react is marked, you can see the arrow is redirecting to the react. When the react is marked, then we'll press enter. Then we'll choose the variant. So it's actually you have to choose the language. We'll choose javascript. Okay, when the javascript is selected, you can use your arrow key, up and down arrow key to move, and when the javascript is selected, you can see the javascript is selected, and then let's press enter. Then if you check here, here's some folder structure. You can see, I hope you are familiar with these folder structures. Okay, when the folder is created, then the next step is we have to install node packages. Right now there is no node modules folder here, so when we command npm install, then a node modules will be installed. Okay, let me show you. Npm install and press enter. With a few seconds, when the installation is done, you will find a new folder that is actually node modules. So wait until it's complete. So as I said, this is the node modules folder. Okay, that's fine. Next, our task is we can run these projects. For this actually we'll use npm run dev. So npm run dev, you can manually type it by this way, npm run dev. Okay, maybe I can just increase the size so that you can just check it. Here we will have npm run dev and then we will press enter. So if you do that, then you will find a localhost URL. You have to just press Ctrl and click here to open it on your browser. So here you can see a Vite project, Vite React project is created and it's a default project. Here is the default projects. You can see now the next step is we'll have to install Tailwind CSS. This is the second step, and for this we'll just copy this command. And here look, our project is running. We will have to stop these projects from here. So for this actually we will have to press Ctrl C and click here, then the project is again you have see the terminal, and here you can just press your command. What you have to do, you have to copy this and then you will have to paste here, press enter. So this is done. After adding this command, actually you can check it on package.json. If you check package.json, here you will find tailwind css, post css, and auto prefixer that is commanded actually through this line, okay. So dash g means dev dependency. You will find it on dev dependency, okay. After then the next command is that we will have to initialize a config file. So that's why npx tailwind css init dash p will just make a tailwind.config.js file by using this command. So right now there is no tailwind.config.js file after adding this command, okay. Let me clear it and paste it again, npx tailwind css init dash p, okay. Press enter. Now you can see a post css.config.js file is created and tailwind.config.js file is created, okay. The third step is that we will have to configure your template paths. The template path is that you have to go to tailwind.config.js file and then you will have to replace the content section. We will copy this content code and then here let me reduce the terminal, and where we will go, we'll go to tailwind.config.js file. Here content is empty, but it says you will have to replace the content section. So I will just copy it and paste it here. I just replace it here, okay. So that is the done. You can just type pause the video and type it manually, or you can just copy it from the documentation, okay. After then you will have to add some derivatives to your css. So here I just copy this three line, and here it says you will have to go to src folder, then index.css, and go back to the here. So this is the src folder and then index.css. Here you will find some default code. You will have to remove all the code, so that's why Ctrl A to select all and backspace to remove. And finally we'll paste the three lines. So what you have to do, you have to simply copy this and paste it here, okay. So that is the thing you have to do. Then the next step is you can run your projects, okay. So you can just command this npm run dev, but before running this, okay, just run it again. Let's show you if the tailwind css is working. Let me define npm run dev, okay. Press enter. Again the localhost will be work. So if you refresh, then you can see the design is broken because we removed some css from the index.css. We have obviously some other css on app.css. We'll click on app.css and here we'll also clear all of this css. So if you remove all of this css right now, you can see it's actually started from here. That means our tailwind css is working. You can test with it, but as I assured that it's actually working, then you can just do that a little bit later. Next we will have to install React Router DOM, so we'll type React Router DOM. You will have to search it, and we need to install these packages for routing system. So we'll go to React router.com and click here, and from here you can see click get started, then you will click this tutorial section. So from this tutorial section, here is the setup process, how you can set up it. At first it says you have to create a project. We have already done it. You have to go to inside the projects. We are only on that. Okay, so the main thing is that you always need this, actually need this command. We'll copy this, and then here again we will just close this terminal. So let me press Ctrl C, and here we'll paste this command, actually npm installed react router DOM. Okay, I just copy this line and paste it here, npm install react router DOM, and then press enter. Okay, so react router DOM is installed. The next task is you have to define routing. So the task is that we will add routing. So for this you will have to go to main.jsx, and then you will have to create a router, then you will have to initialize a router provider. Okay, let's do that. At first we'll copy the marked code. Here you can see the color differences. All you need is that we'll have to copy the colored code. We will start from here, we'll copy it and go to main.jsx. So let me close this for now, and we will close all of this stuff. From where we will go, so this is the front end folder, this is the src. Inside this src you will find main.jsx. We'll click this main.jsx and we'll paste our copied code here. It's actually we're importing a browser router here and router provider from React Router DOM. Then the next color code is this section. Okay, and finally what you have to do, you have to copy this section and you have to replace this app. Okay, but I would like to just remove all of this stuff and paste the line. So here is the task. If you just do that, then let's run the projects and see what is happening there. Okay, to run this projects the command is npm run dev. Okay, the project is running now. If you refresh this page, so it's actually hello world. Why actually hello world? Here we defined it's actually rendering this div, but we have to render the app. From this we will need to run this app, so that's why what you will do, you will have to change this. So how you can do it, you will have to define app here. Okay, so if you define app here, then you will find the app is rendering there. Okay, so that's fine. Now when this is done, then what you have to do, you have to implement routing system. So we can create some routing. Okay, the routing is this way. We'll have to create this type of. Okay, so for this, at first what you can just do it to implement routing here. We in on src for we can create two folder. One is for components folder. We'll keep some uh most used component here, actually the shared component here, and we'll also create another folder that is for pages. We'll create all the pages here. For example, we need a home page, so that's why inside this page we'll create a new folder that is actually home, and inside this home, make sure the home is there. We'll define home.jsx rafce. This is actually React functional component. I hope you are just aware of this, it's actually React functional component. Here you can see a error, you can just remove that. It's actually for ESLint. Okay, so now let's implement the routing system. From here, we'll define children, and then we'll have a square bracket, and inside this square bracket we can define a curly braces. Then we'll have to define a path. This path will be root path, and then we'll implement a element here. This element will be obviously the home page, so this is actually home page. So right now if you do this and back to the website, if you refresh, it's actually not working. Why? Let me check. Okay, it's okay. So this is actually not working. Why? Actually we'll have to add, we have to modify the app.jsx. You will click this app.jsx, and from here let me clear all of this code. Let me close it. Here we'll remove all of the unused code. Okay, and here we'll just clear all of this code. Okay, so this time here what we will define, we'll have to use outlet. Okay, if you define outlet, then it will actually work. So this is home, and here you can add a new div. Then here you can add a class name that will be max w screen. You can just obviously write any css, so max w screen to excel or something like this. That means the screen size will be this, actually 1536 pixel, and then we will define max auto. Okay, so now the outlet is done. Next, here we need a header, or you can see here we need some navbar. So navigational menu, so this is navbar. Okay, something like this. If you check here, you can see this is navbar. Okay, so navbar is there. Then the next task is we'll have to design the navbar so that it will just look like this. So hope we will have to design our number something like this. We'll make this type of number, and let me show you, when it's on the small devices it will present it this way. Okay, so that is our target. When you are on the bigger size, then this screen actually it will show this type of number, and when you just reduce the size it will represent something like this. Okay, that is my target, and we'll make a number for now and we'll enter it here. Okay, so for this actually we'll go to the components folder, and here we'll create another folder. This is actually header folder, and inside this header folder make sure you click on the header, not the components. When the header is marked underlined, actually here we'll create header.jsx. Okay, so you will have to install a extension that is actually es7 React Redux. Actually you need to install these extensions so that you can get the image suggestion for the React functional components. So I hope you will install this, and after then obviously there is another one. So this is actually tailwind.config.js. I hope you have already understand. So you need this extension also, you need to install these two extension, then you can follow this. Okay, so here on the header folder, here we'll define RA RAFCE, that means React Arrow Functional Components. And when you just do this, then you will find a functional component. This is a function, and we'll export this function. Okay, so here is a error. Actually it's not an error, it's actually warning for ESLint. You can just customize it, this warning. If you just mark this, copy this, and go to the ESLint.cjs, and here you can add a new rule. Let me add this new rule, no used verb, and here we'll define off. So Now the error has gone. Okay, so this time we'll design the header. So at first what you have to do here, we'll define const use a state hook here. So for this a square brackets, and here we'll define use state, and inside this use state we define a string value that is actually minus left. Then we will have a customized value here that would be 1000 pixel. Okay, I hope I just write the exact value here, so let me make sure. Okay, so this way, and here we'll define height left, so height left, and then set height left. Okay, so this is first use state. Then we'll need a array, so that's why here we'll define menu items, and this will be a array. So here you can see the menu items is recipes, resource, and other stuff. So here we'll define first one will be recipes, and we can just make it smaller, and here then we will have the anothers, so that is resources. So it will be obviously a smaller size. Then the third one, add a comma, here we'll have about. Then the fourth one will be contact. Okay, so this is the menu items. We'll map it and just do other stuff. Next, after having this, we'll define two functions actually. So here we'll have a function that is on open. It will be a arrow function. You can use general function, it's up to you. And here we'll define set height left. We'll define set height left, and here inside we'll define left 0. That means there is no left. And we'll also need another one. We can just copy it, and we'll define on close, and here on close we'll have this value. So that is actually, we can just copy the above value. Here is the above value, we can just copy it and replace it here. Okay, so that is the task you have to do. Then inside this we'll have to define some classes. Here we'll define the classes that would be max, and here we'll define a value that would be 900 pixels, and we'll define it by default hidden. Okay, and actually we can just take a empty fragment. So let me define a empty fragment and just replace the divs here, and this will be for desktop. So we can just define desktop view, and then we need another div. So this is for mobile view, and we can just define it mobile view. Okay, so we'll have to add some classes. The classes will be min, and here we'll have the same value 900 pixels. Then we will have to define it hidden. Okay, so let's see it, but before that what you have to do, you have to add it on actually app.js. Here we don't use hard coded. Here we will define header. We'll import the components. You can see the component is imported, and now if you check this, then you can see it's on desktop. And if you inspect it here on small devices, you can see mobile view, and when you are just make it larger, then you can see its desktop view. You can see right now it's desktop, mobile, desktop. Okay, so that is something like this. When you just see, the items will be shown, and when you on a small devices, only the um, icons will shown there, the toggle icon. Okay, so this is working. So if it's working, the next task is we'll have to design the another component. So that is actually here inside this header, we'll create another component. So this is for desktop nav or something like this, and we'll define it JSX. Here we'll make actually all the code related to desktop view. Okay, and we'll have to import it here. Instead of these, actually we'll import desktop navbar, and we'll add some props here. So the props will be menu items. So these menu items will pass these props as menu items, and we'll also pass a logo here. So we'll need to import logo. This logo will be gone there. So let me import a logo. So for these, actually, or let me just collect some logo. I will provide you if you need the logo. So let me copy this to logo and keep it on the public folder. So the logo is there. We will import the logo and use that. Okay, so for this, actually import logo from, and we will define dot dot slash dot dot slash dot dot slash where is public folder slash logo. But as we are just importing logo from public folder, we don't need to assign all of this stuff. We can simply use it slash logo, and then here we'll pass this logo. Okay, if you just do this, then next option is we'll have to receive this props. So that's why here on this desktop navbar, here we'll receive it from props. So let me keep it there. We'll receive nav items, and we'll also receive logo. Make sure you are just defining the correct name. So if you do this, here you can see some warning. You can also modify these props. Actually, you can just copy this and then go to this, and here also add another rule, and you can define either off or 0. It's actually not mandatory, then the error has gone. So here what you have to do, this is a div, and here we'll define some class name. The class name will be, here we'll define a height, so that would be is 16. That means full RAM or and 64 pixels actually. Then we'll define flex, then we'll define justify between, we'll define item center, and we'll add some padding, so that would be px6, and on the large devices we'll define px will be 12, something like this. Okay, so let's check. So this is the navbar. Okay, right now, then we don't need this text. Here we'll take a anchor tag, and we'll define the ref will be slash. That means it will redirecting to the home. And here what we will have to do, we'll take a img tag, that means image tag, and here on the src we'll define this will be logo, and this is logo. Okay, let's check if the logo is rendering. The logo is there. You can see this is the similar logo is here. Okay, so after this, what you have to do next, you will have to define a UL tag, and inside this UL tag you will have to define, you will have to map these menu items dot map, and here we'll take menu and index. Then we will have a arrow sign, something like this. Okay, but here we will check a optional checking. After then, here what we will have, you can just define a link item. Inside this link we can just use link attribute, and then we will have a to. Right now we can just make it slash, or we will just define it later. So I just define slash, and inside here we will define menu. Okay, so if you do this, let me check. You can see all the menus is there. Here you can see all the menus is there. Okay, we will have to define some styling, so that's why on the UL tag we will define it's actually flex, and gap will be 7. Okay, so let's check. So here is the thing, you can just add some styling on the list item, or here we will have to pass a key prop, so that will be index. And on the link actually we can just define class name. Here we'll define font will be medium, then we will have capitalized, then we will have text secondary. So secondary, but the color is not available. We'll have to customize the tailwind.config.js file. Here we'll extend colors. So for this actually we will extend some colors. So let me define, that would be colors, and that would be primary color and secondary color. For the primary color, the value will be this value. So F9, F7, F3. So this is the primary color, and after then we will have a secondary color. So for this actually it will have 1B 2629, and then we will have a button color. So that would be button color, and we'll have a colon, and here we'll have a hash. So 9C70 2A. So this is the colors we need to customize. Okay, so and we also need a fonts. So for the fonts actually what we will do, we'll go to Google Fonts. Google Fonts. Okay, we'll search Google Fonts, and then we'll go to the font library. There what you have to search, you have to define Laura. So this is the fonts, we need these fonts. So we'll click this get fonts, and here click this get embedded, and we'll import it. So that's why we'll copy this line, and where we'll use it, we can use it on app.css. Here we'll paste it there, and on the body actually we can simply define this line. Actually, where is the font family? Okay, so Laura Sheriff, so we'll define it there, and then we'll define the background colors. So background color will be this color. Actually we will define the primary background color, we will copy this value and make it this. Okay, so if you do this right now, the colors of the website will be changed, and all of this stuff is now working. So that is the thing what we'll have to do. Let's back to the, let me close all of this stuff and back to this uh, desktop navbar, and here. So this section is done, this section is done, but if you want to use here, you can simply define, that would be menu. So okay, so this is menu, this is the little customization we can do it here. So right now if you click, it's actually redirecting to a specific page. If you click this on, it will redirect to the resource page, and it's actually not showing a not found page. That means the page is not found, page is not there. So that's why it's actually showing. Okay, So what the next actually? The next thing is that if this done, then let me check. Here we'll have it and the two buttons. So for this, we will make this two button. So after this UL tag, we'll define login and sign up. Okay, button. Okay. So for this, what we will do, we'll define a UL tag. Inside this UL tag, we'll have a li tag. Inside this li tag, we'll have a button, and that will be log in button. And this button will have a class, so that would be text secondary. Then we will have px4, py2, and finally we will have rounded. Okay, so on this li tag there is no colors, but here we can just copy this twice and paste it here. Instead of login, we'll define sign up. Okay, so now here on this email tag, we'll define flex item center gap 4 and font medium. Okay, that is the thing. Let me check. So this is the website. So here is all of this button, and if we inspect right now on the small devices, it's not showing, but after starting, here you can see this, the buttons are showing. Okay, so that is the thing we are going to make it. Next we'll make the mobile navbar something like this. We'll have something like this. So this type of navbar, when you click, this button will be shown there. And okay, so this is the task right now. So for this, actually here on this header, make sure you are on the right direction. So here when the header is there, we'll make a navbar for mobile. So we can just define mobile nav.jsx rfce, and here on this header we'll see, we just define a text. We don't define the text, we'll define the components. So there inside this. Okay, so for this, actually let me import mobile nav, and here we'll pass some functionality. So that's why at first we'll define menu items. So that would be menu items. Then we will define pass the logo. So that would be logo, and additionally we'll pass this on close function, and then we'll pass this hide left equal this hide left, and then this is the last one, on open equal on open. Okay, so we'll pass all of these props, and we'll all have to receive the on mobiles. So here we'll receive all of these props. So for this, actually you can just copy it. So let me copy this, paste it here. Then the next props is logo. Then we will have on close, then hide left, then on open. Okay, all of these props is there. So after these, actually here we'll define some css. Here we'll have a 16, then we will have flex, then we will have justify between items center, actually. Then we will have px6, and on large device px12. So that is the thing. Okay, after this, the same thing, we need a logo. We can just copy it from here. We need a logo. We can just copy it and paste it at first there. So this is the logo image. If you check it on a small devices, you can see the logo is there. Okay, after then the next task is that we need a button. The button will have a button. So for this actually we'll use react icons. So let me close this, and here we'll implement react icons. So go to react icons. So this is the popular library and it has a large collection. We'll have to install it. So copy this command, and then we'll stop this terminal. So let me press Ctrl C to stop it, and then Ctrl V to paste it. So after then press enter. So react icon is installed. Again you can just run this terminal by npm run dev. So the terminal is running. Let me close it. And for this actually at first we need a outline bar button. So we can just search bars, and then we'll define this type of button. You can choose any type of button. So what you have to do, you have to import it at the top, then you will have to use this button, copy it, use it here. Okay, so we'll define some classes here. So the classes will be w7 and a7. So that is the class, and then let me check it how it's going to show. Okay, it's rendering and the button is there. And inside this button, next on the button we'll define some classes. Here we'll have border, then we will have border primary, then we'll have rounded. Okay, finally we will add some on click events. So we'll define on click, and inside this on click we'll pass on open. So from these actually, where is the on open, we'll paste it there. Okay, so if you do this, then let's check. If you click, nothing happens actually. Let me click here, nothing actually happens. But what you have to do, let's complete it. Actually after this we need to define another div, and inside this div we will have a button. Inside this button we need a cross icon. So for this actually we will just import an icon from actually react icons. This icon is actually ri close icon. We'll just get this icon, and we'll have to obviously define a size. So that will be the same size. We can just copy the css and paste it here, and here on this we will have a class name, and that would be actually the position will be absolute. Then we will have right 8, then top 32, something like this. And here on this div actually we'll have class name, and we'll use dynamic class. So that's why curly braces and caret sign. At first we will have transition wall, then we will have w full, then we will have age full, then we will have fixed, we'll have busy primary, then we will have z index 50, top 0, and then we will have custom css. So that would be hide left. After then we'll have flex, we'll have justify center, item center. So that is the classes. And on the button actually we need to define on click. So the on click will be on close. Okay, so that is the thing. So let me check it. If you click, look, this button is there. If you refresh, the error has gone. Click here, this cross button is there. If you click here, then the original navbar is there. Okay, so it's actually working. After this button, what you have to do, you will have to take another div, and inside this div you will have a li tag, and inside this li tag we will do uh, something like this. We will have to define maps. So here map will be menu, and then we'll have index, then we'll have arrow, parenthesis, and inside this parenthesis we will have a li tag. Inside this li tag we'll have a link components from react router dom, and inside these actually we'll pass menu. We'll have a key props, so that would be index, and finally we'll have to style it, and then we'll have a two, that would be menu. Okay, so let's add some styling. So for these actually, on this link actually we have some classes, so that would be font medium, then we'll have capitalized, then we will have text secondary, and finally we'll have text to excel. Okay, so that is the thing, and here on this eval tag actually we'll define class name. We'll have flex will be column, and cap will be 5, and on this the div, what we will do here. Okay, we don't need to add any css, so let me check how it's going. So right now refresh it. If you click, then all of this icon is there, and if you click cross, then the button is there. Okay, finally after this eval, actually after this eval, what you have to do, you have to need the same buttons, so that you that is here you will have a eval tag, and we will apply this there. Okay, but let me format this code. Control Shift F to format this code. Here we can just add margin top 4, okay, or margin top 10, then everything is fine. Let me check. Click here, so there is two button. Can add border, so let me define border. So this is border, and we can also add border. Okay, so these two buttons is there. So finally our navbar is created, and it's actually awesome. You can see this is awesome, and there is no error. I can see how beautiful. If you click any of this page, then it will redirect to the recipe page and then back there. Okay, so this time actually let me create a custom error page. So for this actually let me go to, so here is something like this. You will have to define error elements. So let's make it from where we will make it here. After this element we will define error element, and let me define a error page. We'll create it on the component page. So click this component, and here we'll define error page.jsx rfce. And for the error page actually I will go to tailwind css, and here go back to the components. Here click this component sections, and then here in browsers components, and then if you scroll a little bit actually you will find error page. Where is actually a error page? Okay, for not found page you can use this. I just click this react and then click the code. We can just simply copy this code and paste it here. Okay, you can just check it. Okay, so let me import it actually, otherwise it will not work. import the error page. So if you have this, now if you click any of these pages, then you can see a error page is here. You have to modify it a little bit. Let me close navbars headers, we have already done that. So for this error page, instead of min high is full, we can just define is screen. Okay, so if you do this, then you can see it's actually capturing the total screen. So if you click any of these unwanted routes, then it will show a page not found. And by default, when you click the go back home, you will have to define a path. So here we'll define a path, so that is root path. Okay, now if you click this, then it will redirect to the main page. Okay, so the not found page is there, and this way actually we can make the not found page. So after these, actually after this navbar, so this navbar functionality is done, the next is that what we will have to do, we will have to make the hero sections. So this is actually the hero sections, and here, so let's do it. We can just close all of this stuff. So let me close these all of this stuff, and now it's clean. So let's do that. If you have opened lots of tab, then actually you can just remove the flow. We will create a component, so that is actually for hero components, hero.jsx rafce, and we'll have to import it on home. So we'll go to pages, then home, then home.jsx. Instead of this, actually here we'll define hero. So if you define hero, then that would be the thing. So let me check it. So right now this is hero. We need to customize the home page a little bit so that it will be just show it properly. So here we'll define container will define mx auto. After then we'll just move it, and then we'll take a div. Inside this div we will have hero, and here we'll have a class name that would be flex. Flex will be by default column. Here we will have justify center, and items will be center, and w will be full, and py will be 20. So this is by default padding. Okay, so now let's check. So here is this is the hero section, and now we'll design the hero. So let me remove it here. So this is hero section. So for this hero, what you have to do, look, this is very simple hero. Here we will have a text and a search icon. So this is the thing, we will have to make this type of thing. So for this, here we will add some additional css, that is we'll add some padding, that would be px5. On excel, the extra large devices will have px10, and then on medium devices, w will be half of the width, and margin bottom will be 10. Okay, so let's check it. Nothing changes much. Okay, so this time instead of hero, we'll have a h on tag, and we'll paste the text. Here we'll have some css, so class name, and we'll define margin top 6, then we will have mb10, then we will have text 5xl. Then on extra large devices, we will have text 6xl. Then we will have text center. Then font bold will have a text color. So that would be obviously a text color. We will add a custom text color. So that would be 2A 3342. So this is the specific text color. And here we'll define leading, that means line height. So leading will be by default normal. Leading means a line height. After then on Excel devices, we'll define leading relaxed. So reading relaxed. So that is the H1 tag. Let me check it. So it's actually showing perfectly. If you want to add a little color, you can just do that. So for let's improve here, we'll cut it and take a span tag, and here we'll define it, and we can add some text color. So that would be oranges or something like this. Let me check it. Okay, it's now much better. You can just style is depend on you how you can just define it. So after this, actually, we'll have to create this from. So for this, actually, after this h on, we'll have a form tag, and the action will be search, and here we'll have at first we need a icon. So let me go to React icons, and here we'll search icon. So search icon, and you will find lots of search icon, but maybe we need let me find a beautiful icon. We can just take this type of we can just choose any of the search icon. I am not sure which icon I will take. So maybe we can just check. Let me search. So here is something like this. We can just take these icons. Okay, I'm just copy it, and then we'll have to define these icons, or we can just take outline icon. So that would be this icon actually. Okay, this is the perfect icon I am just searching for. Okay, now copy this back to the VS Code, and here we'll paste it there. Okay, and we'll define some classes. So that would be class name. W will be 5, H height will be 5, then margin right will be true, text will be numeral in 300, something like this. Okay, now here we need a input field. So input, and then this input field will be have a name will be query. So let me define it will be query, and then the type will be search type. Here we'll have placeholder, then it will be search for a recipe, something like this. You can just add any text here, search for a recipe. After then we'll have a id that will be search, and finally we'll have required field. So that would be okay. So this is required, and now let's check. So here is a search icon, but it's actually not appropriate. We'll have to add css. So the css will be, it will be outline none. So outline none. After then we'll have a taboo full, and we'll have a placeholder text will be a custom text. So that would be hash on b2629. Okay, so this type of text. And now finally we will target this form and add some css. Here we will have busy white, then we will have p4, then we will have rounded, and finally we'll have relative, and we'll have flex item center. I think this is okay. Let's check it. Okay, so the search icon is now perfect. You can see this is actually perfect. And when you search, press enter, it's actually redirecting to a new page, and that is actually this search. Okay, queries. You can see it's actually search then queries. So we'll make that a little bit later, but for now, I think it's okay. So after having these actually, we need to define the category page. We will have to define this type of categories. So for these actually we will have a category wrapper. So let's create it. So for this actually we'll create it on page section. So click this pages, and here we'll have category, and inside this category we'll have category wrapper, category wrapper dot j6 rfce, and then actually we will import it on the home. After this hero we'll have category wrapper page. Okay, so right now let's check. So this is category wrapper page. We need to design this type of category. Okay, so for this actually here we'll define some classes. So that would be okay, we don't need to do that. Simply here at the top we can just define a function. This function will be category list, and this list will be something like this. Okay, and here we'll return a div. So that is actually, let me define it, a div, and this will be category list. Okay, and instead of this we can simply define this is category list. Okay, so right now I think if you check it there, you will find category list is there. So here actually we'll define some css. We'll define css that would be, it will be flex will be verb, and finally we'll have item center, justify center, and gap will be 8. Okay, that is the thing. After having this, what you have to do, we will have to define another function. This function will be category item, and each will be something like this. Here will return a div. So this div will be, let me define it here. What we will do, we cannot define any css here actually. We can keep it simple, and inside here actually we'll define a link. So it's actually not importing. So we'll have to import link from React. So let me just import it properly. Maybe this link is imported here. Actually we need to import link manually. Okay, the link is there, and inside this link what we will have to do, we will have a div, and then this div will render name of the category. Okay, so we'll define two. This two will be by default. Right now we can make it slash. Okay, slash. I think this is okay, and we will define category list here. Category item. So category item here. Okay, so that is the thing. So if you check here, now it's actually name, but here we will have to define some props and we'll have to receive some props here. So what we will do, we'll define the name props. These name props will be the first props, and it's similar like this name. So this is actually entities. If you click it, maybe this is the entities. So the name will be entities. After them we will have a href, or you can just define href. This will be, maybe we can just use double quotation, and here we'll have a categories, slash these entities, and finally here we'll have a background color, ground color, and that would be a specific color, and this color will be f0, and here must will be an hash f0 f5 c4, and then we'll have a color, and this color will be, here the color will be hash 59 5987 on F. Okay, so this is the color. So we'll pass some props here. So as we pass some props here, we'll have to receive it from there. So we'll receive name, then we'll receive href, then we'll receive background color, and we'll also receive color. Okay, and if we receive here, here we'll define a variable, so that would be style, style, and it will be a variable. Here we'll define background color equal background color, color equal color, and finally we'll have border color, border color equals the color. Okay, so the style is done. Now here what we will do, we'll define the names. The names will be there, we'll pass the names here. Here instead of this we'll define href, and then we'll have a class name that would be rounded full. Okay, and here we'll have class name, and we'll define uppercase, then we'll have px6 py2, then we'll have text center, finally we'll have rounded full, and then we'll pass a style. So this style will be the above style. Okay, so that is the thing. So if you have done this, let's check it. So this is entities. You can simply copy this category item, and right now you can see all of these entities. So now we'll have to just customize it. So that's for the second one. This is the second one. Here we'll define that will be breakfast. Maybe let me check, it's actually breakfast. So this is breakfast, and we'll also edit this entities categories, and we'll have to apply the colors. The color will be this color EDFA, and then the color will be this color. So this is the second color, and then the third one is actually, let me check, the third one is lawns. So this is lawns. So we can just define it, lawns categories will be lawns, and then the background color. So for the background color, it's actually this background color EF7, F7, F3, and the color will be this color. So 1F8787, and the third one, the fourth one will be desserts. So this will be desserts. Then here we'll also add desserts. The background color will be E8, F5, FA, and finally the color will be this color. So 397A, 9A. So let's check it how it's actually going. So this 4 button is there, and you can also do the other screw button. So I'm just adding it there. So this is actually named slides, and here slash slides. Then the color is FEEFC9, and the color is D16400. And lastly, we'll have another one. So that is actually this categories item. It's actually for drinks, and here make sure it's drinks. Then color will be this, and this is the thing. So if you do this, all of these entities is there. But if you click, then you will have to create a route for this. So let's make a route for this. So this page is almost done. Actually, we don't need to do anything here. We'll go to main.jsx, and here we'll make a path. So for this, actually we'll have a path. The path will be this path, something like this. When you click any of these entities, actually uh, I'm just let me just delete it so that I can just show you. So if you click any of these entities, the path is this path. Actually, we need to copy it, and we make a path here. So the path will be this path, and here we don't need to define it entities. We will have a quotations, and that would be actually category. So it will be categories dot categories, and here we'll have the elements, and for these elements we will have a new page. So that would be category page. You can define a category page. Let me define category page dot jsx rfce, and we'll define its category page. Okay, so right now it will automatically show. If you click any of this, then it will show category page. Okay, we'll customize it a little bit later, but I think the category page is showing, and it's very awesome. So if you have, let me just do a little functionality here. So for example, if you define const and curly braces, and here as we pass it on this way, we can receive it on props. So here uh you can just use params hook, so to receive this, and we name it actually, look, it's actually name it actually category, and we can just get the category there. Okay, so right now I think if you want to show it, you can just do it here. Let me add class name, and we'll define px6. Then we will have on large devices px will be 12, and then we'll have padding to the y-axis, that will be 20. And after then actually here we'll take a h1, and then we will actually pass this category. So we can pass this category there. So if you do this, then you can see dessert. When you click lunch, that would be lunch. If you click breakfast, that would be breakfast. And we can add the styling on the h1 actually. So the styling will be something like this. We will add some styling that is actually text center, text 3XL, PY10, font bold, text secondary on small devices, text 6XL, and on small devices, leading will be relaxed. Okay, that is the styling. So if you just do this, then you can see it's breakfast. You can add a capitalized to make it capitalize, so it will be capitalized. Okay, right now click any of these desserts, it's desserts. If you click slides, this is slides, and it's drink. Okay, after this something like this, if you click lunch, then it's breakfast actually. Let me click here, breakfast, so it's actually breakfast. So we need also the category wrapper, so that would be category wrapper. Okay, so I think this is right now okay. So if you click breakfast, breakfast, if you click dessert, dessert, slides, slides, drinks, drinks, and if you go back, click any of this, it will go to the specific page. Okay. So I think this section is done. Next, what you have to do, you have to render categories actually. When you click any of these, then you will need to just show all of these items. So for this actually we will have to get started with backend. Otherwise we cannot just implement all of this stuff. Okay, so for this actually let's start with backend. Okay, so for the backend actually what we will do, we will need to go to express.js, as we are going to use express.js, and from here you have to click this get started. Then you will find a specific installation process. So at first you have to create a folder, mkdir, that means make a directory, that is will be our folder name. And if we just see here, we will have a folder, so we don't need to command this first step. Then we'll go inside this folder. So that's why, let me open the terminal here. As I said, the first terminal will be for the front end and the second terminal will be for the back end. And right now we are on the core projects, core folder actually. Now we'll have to go to the backend folder, so that's why we'll type cd and b, then press tab, then it will be backends. So when you are on the backend path, so slash backend, then you have to just define npm init. So let me do it, npm init, and here you will define dash dash y, that means you are agree with some specific things. So right now you can see the backend folder is empty. Now I will have to press enter, and if I do it, then you can see a package.json is created. Let me close all of these files actually for the front end files. So here you can see a package.json is created by the command npm init dash dash y, and then we will have to define a entry point, so that will be index.js. Here you can see this is actually index.js. So we'll click this package.json and click this file icon. Here we will create a index.js file. Okay, so this time we need to install express, so we'll copy this command. Then here we'll install express, and additionally we'll define course, and we'll also install .env, and we can also install mongodb and if need. Okay, obviously just let me install all of this stuff. I'm just doing that. So if you install it successfully, you can see it on here. Actually you will find a dependency, and here you will find we install mongodb, express, course, and all of this stuff. We can also install nodemon. Let me install npm I nodemon. Okay, so this is another package to run the backend server. Here we will write a script. So the script will be, we can just remove this script. Actually we don't need that. We need to define a script that is a start, and the start script will be nodemon index.js. You can define it specifically this name right now. Okay, so then what you have to do, we will have to click this next. Then you will find a temporary server for you. It's a basic server. You will have to copy all of this stuff and then paste it on index.js. So if you will just do this, for the next, actually here you will have to define npm run dev, run start. Actually the script will written it here, it's actually the start. So if you just command this npm run start and press enter, then you will find example app listening port 3000. That means our app is running on 3000. So if you define it here, let me define it process dot env port, and we'll define the port that would be 5000. So right now you can see 5000. If you go back and here, if you search localhost 5000, then you will find hello world. Here you can see the hello world is there. We need to change it. It's actually will be the Vegify recipe app server is running. I just name it something like this. Okay, so right now if you go back, then you can see, refresh it, Vegify recipe app server is running. That means our app is running. Next, what you have to do, you have to go to mongoose. So we will use mongoose, so that's why we will go to mongoose, and this is mongoosejs.com. And here we will click this read documentation, and from here you will click this quick start. And at first you have to install mongoose. Let me install it. We'll stop the server, so click the second terminal and press ctrl c to stop it, and then ctrl v to paste it. Okay, we are going to install mongoose, npm install mongoose. Okay, so this is done. Then how to do that, you have to connect it using this way. You will require mongoose, so this way, firstly copy this line and keep it here. Actually you can keep it here. Then the next task is, you will have to define these two things. You will copy these two things and you can just paste it here. Okay, you can remove these sections to this. You don't need this. Actually you can just keep it here, and here you will have to define a mongodb url. So for this, what we will do, we'll go to mongodb, and then we'll click sign up. I'm just do it using my Google accounts. Let me log in here. Hello, it's recording. Okay, okay. So at first, when if you have any projects, it will be displayed here. What we will do, we'll click this atlas icon. Then you will find, you can see all the projects I did is here. You have to create a new project, so that's why I click this new, and here you will have to define a project name. Let me define Vegify React app, and then we'll click this next. Then click this create projects. Okay, now at this point, what you will do, you can just click this create. Here you will have to choose a plan. I would like to choose the free versions. Then you can add a cluster name. It's actually Vegify recipe app or React app, you can just define any name here. You can use your name, it's actually not mandatory. Then the provider will be AWS by default, and you can choose your region. By default it's taking my nearest regions, and after then we will click this create deployment, this button actually. Let me capture this. Okay, that is done. Now here you will have to copy this username. Let me just comment it here, and then we can also copy the password. Let me also comment it here. After then what you have to do, you have to click this create a new database users. When it's done, then choose a connection method. Then you will have to click this drivers. Here you can see at first you will have to install MongoDB. We have already did that. Now we need this URL string. We will just copy this URL string and we will have to paste it here. You can just paste it here. Okay, so if you do this, actually your project is done. Let me click this done options, and here the password is auto by default taken. So right now if you click this database, then it's actually connecting. Oh, we didn't run our projects. Let me run our project. So the command is npm run start, press enter. Now here example app is running on port 5000, and here if you refresh, then still we didn't get it there. So let me add a little thing. We will have to add networks. So here we'll add a IP address that would be accessed from anywhere. Okay, it's right now pending. When it will active, your database will be works from any network. Okay, so we'll have to wait until it's to active. Okay, it's active now. Back to the database and connect. Already maybe it's connected. Wait actually, so let me do a little thing. We call it here, and let me just remove it to the bottom, and here we'll define a then block dot. Actually here we'll define a arrow functions, anonymous arrow functions, and we'll just console log clg, and that would be mongodb connec connected successfully. Okay, so right now here you can see MongoDB connected successfully. We can say MongoDB is connected, and additionally here you can just add your app name. So let me copy this, and here after this slash and before this question mark, you can just define this database name. This will be working as a database name. So I think everything is fine, and now you can see the database is now connected. And if you click this browsers collection, there will be nothings, because we don't have create any collections. So as we are using MongoDB, the connection is there. The next step is we will have to create a schema and a model. There we will have to insert data. Okay, let's do that. For this, actually on this backend folder we'll create a new folder. That would be, you can name it anything. I'm just naming it src folder, and inside this src folder we'll have a model folder. As we are just going to follow MVC folder, so model and controller and routing folder, so it will be model. All our model will be inside this folder, and then we will create another folder. This will be route, routes, routes folder. We'll keep all our routes here, and finally we will have a controller folder. So controllers. Okay, all the controllers will here. So the next task is we will have to create a model. So here our first model will be item model, item model.js, and here what we'll do, we'll create a model. So for this, actually at the beginning, look here, we'll call mongoose. So at first you need to define, we'll have to require mongoose, so we'll define const, or you can just copy it from here. Actually the command is this, you will have to define mongoose, and then this is the mongoose. After then we will destructure the schema, so we'll define const, and from the mongoose actually we'll destructure schema, schema. Okay, after then we'll create a data model. So the data model will be something like this, we will have to create a data model. Okay, so for this actually we will create a data model that is actually for item schema, and we'll call new keyword, as it's a class component, so we'll have to define a new keyword, and then we'll call schema. Here we will have parentheses, and inside this parenthesis, look, if I want to show you the data, actually the data will be something like this. So is data will be have a menu id, then a name, then a thumbnail url, categories, instructions, ingredients, comments, more. So we will have is items, we will have all of this data. What you can just do, you can just create a model for that. So to create a model, let me just show you. At first here you can see we need this id will be automatically generated by MongoDB, so we don't need to work with here. We will need this, and here we'll define it menu id, and then we'll define a type. The type will be the type keyword, the type will be number type. Then look here, actually it's actually number type, so it's actually 1 2 3 4 this type of thing. So it's number type, and we'll define it's required. So if any field is required, then you will have to make it required true. So we'll define required, that would be true, something like this. Then we'll have to define other fields. So the fields is actually, let me check it, this is actually name. So here will be name field, this name field will be, we will have obviously a type, the type will be a string type, and then it will obviously require true. You can just copy paste it here. Okay, then after the name actually we will have thumbnail image. So here you can see the thumbnail image, so we can just copy this, and or you can just manually type it, it's actually up to you. And here obviously this will obviously the same thing, it will be type string and required true. After then you will have a category, so this is actually category, the category will have the same thing, curly braces, and inside this curly braces we will have a type required true. Okay, so this way you will have to define other system, but here there is another thing. Look, it's instruction, it's actually an array. So let me define instruction, that would be type string, and that would be required. So finally, and here for the tags, actually here you can see it's a array. So how you define a array here on this model, so let me copy this. So this is actually tags, and these tags will be this way. Here we'll have type will be a array of string. Then here We don't need to require it, we can make it optional. So for this, actually this is optional, or you can just do it. If any place is optional, then you can just make it this way. Sorry, string, and here you can just make it optional. So I need to check how to define it's actually optional. So here, let me click here. This is model. Okay, schema type. Here maybe we can just find optional type. Hmm, I just forget how we defined a optional. Hmm, type something like this. It's actually not working. Maybe we can just define this way. I'm sorry, I cannot just show you. Can just take a mongoose optional data type. Okay, let me check it. Required, everything is, I'm sorry, I cannot show you. So maybe we can just ask the chat GPT how to define a mongoose model field optional, and we can just define this is a tag. We can just define this tag actually. I want to make the tag optional. Mm, okay, I think the result is not getting properly. So we can just keep that. Our text will be there. So as we not required it, it will be the same thing. So for this actually, and here for the category actually, let me check. Let me close all of this stuff. And for this category actually, after this we will have ingredient. For this ingredient, what we will have to do, we'll have to define it there. And here we will have a magic things. Look, we'll define a type first. The type will be, look here, it's actually array of objects. It's a array of objects. So how we'll define it, we can define another type for the ingredient. So at the top here we'll define const ingredient schema, that would be new schema. And here we will have all of these value. So let me, we will have this way. We'll have a name field, quantity field, and a optional field. So this is actually name. We'll define name field will be type required, will have type string required true. Then we'll have a quantity field, so look here the quantity, so we'll define quantity, that would be the same thing, type string required true. We'll have to make this way actually. Okay, so if you have this, then you can use this actually here on this type, so it's actually array, and inside it will be array of objects. And finally we'll define its required, actually required true. Let me copy paste it. Then after ingredients we will have comments and others stuff. So for these comments actually, here you can see it's obviously a comments, and it's also a array of objects. So we can also do that using this way. I just we will have the comments here. Let me do it. It's actually comments, and here we'll have the same thing, but a little bit changes here. So instead of this we'll make a comment schema, and we'll have to define a new schema here. So const comment schema, that would be new schema, and here inside this comment schema we will have a user and a comments. So that would be user will be type require string. Then we will have comments, these comments will be same thing, type string required true, something like this. Okay, and hope this is fine. And additionally we have to do the more thing. So this is actually the more, and this is the last one. What we will define, we'll define this is actually more, and here we'll have the same way, we'll have a type, and this is more schema, we can just rename it more schema, and this schema will be here. So const more schema, that would be new schema. Okay, and inside this more schema, let me click here. So here prep time, so this is actually prep time, and I hope you understand how we are going to do. At first we will have a type string required true, and we can just copy it for twice or thrice time. So let me copy paste it for multiple times, and we just need to change. First one will be where is the more, second one will be cooking time, so this is actually cooking time. Third one will be services. Fourth one will be difficulty, and fifth one will be source. Okay, so that is the schema. So if you have all of this schema, let me close all of this schema. Then you will have to create a model. So for this we'll define const, then the model name will be item, and here we'll define mongoose dot model, and we'll have to define a model name, so that would be item. Don't make it plural, it will be singular always. Then we'll call this item schema here. So finally when it's okay, then we'll export it. So that's why module dot export, and that would be we'll export this item. So our model is done. If the model is done, next task is we will have to define a router. So for this here actually we'll have item routes. So click these routes, and here we will have item route.js, and here at first we will have to define const express equal require express, then we will have to call const router equal, we will just call express, and the method will be router. So this is actually the router method, we will call the method, and after then here we'll define, we'll export the module dot export, and we'll export the router. So this is actually the router, we'll have to export it. So if you do this inside here, you can just define router dot get, and you can simply define anything here. For example, for now write, let me define something like this. Here we'll define this way, we'll have request dot response, and let me define this way, we can just simply define response dot send, and we can just simply pass it here, and this is, we'll edit it actually, response dot send, that would be from item routes. Okay, it's actually for testing purpose, I just show you how you can just do it. So here in this index dot is, here we'll define app dot use, here we will define the app dot use will be, we'll call express dot json. Okay, and again we'll need to define another variable, so that would be course will be require, here will be course. Okay, so then we'll also use app dot use, and we'll call this course. Okay, and then what you have to do, so if you just define these two things, after then after these main functions, here what you have to do, you have to define routes, and these routes will be, firstly we'll define const item routes equal will require, and that would be dot dot slash, here we'll have dot slash, we'll have src slash routes slash item routes, and then we'll define app dot use, and here we will have to define a path, so that would be API path, then here we will call this items route. Okay, so if we hit the API path, then item routes will be triggered and it will show. So let me go there, so our server is running it, we will have to go API routes, and then if we hit, then you can see from item route, so that is, this text is rendering, actually this text is rendering. So if you have, then or the next, actually we can create a controllers, and then we can just define it here. So for doing this, actually here we will define a controllers, so controllers will be item controller, so item controllers dot js, here we will have all our controller function. So actually we will remove this function from here, we will remove this function from here, and we will define a function here and use it. So for this, actually what we will have to do, at first we can just define get all routes, so get all items, so it's actually our first function, and that would be async Here we'll have a arrow functions, curly braces, will define require response, and finally when this function is there, what we will do, we'll define module dot exports, and here we'll pass all of these functions. Okay, so inside here what you have to do, this simple way, we can just at first we can just send a response, res dot send, res dot send will actually pass from all items controller. Okay, so let me just show what you have to do. Here we will have to define, let me import controllers. So item controller equal, we will have to require, then we will have to define dot slash dot slash controllers slash item controller, and we will pass item controller dot get all items. So if you just do this, then right now if you just refresh this, it's actually from all items controller. So this is actually working all item controllers. Now we will add the functionality here, what we will do, but before that let me insert some data actually. So what we will do, we will insert some data. So for this actually, this is all the data we will have here. We'll copy all of this, so we'll copy the whole array, and we'll insert it on our database. So for this actually, if you go to collections right now, let me add my data. Here's the database name. The database name will be, obviously we just define it here, so it will be our database name. I'm just adding some data here, so the collection name will be, you can just find it here, the collection name will be item, so items collection, something like this. And additionally, we don't click anything here, so this is items, and here we'll insert the data. So the data will be this data. We'll copy, let me copy all the data, and we'll click this JSON file, we'll just edit that. But here you can just remove this id, it will be automatically generated. So I just do a little task, so let me remove all of this id from here. The first one is done, then we will also remove this id. I want this id will be generated automatically, so second is done. The third one, we will remove the id. Third one is done. Fourth one, give me a little time. I will provide you the data, no problem, just wait. Okay, okay, all of this stuff is done. So when it's done, we'll click this insert documents, and here actually all the data is inserted. So if you have all of this data, for the next actually, the next task is we will hit something like this. We will hit api slash wall items, That means we need to customize here. It will be all items, and then we'll get all the data. So for this here, we will have to define const. Here we'll have const result, and we'll define a weight. We'll call the item, so item model. Then we will define the method, that would be find method, and here we can also sort it. So if sort is available, and then we'll sort it by, we'll have parenthesis, we'll have created at, sorry, it will be created at, and that would be -1, that means descending order. Okay, and finally what you will have to do, we'll have to do a status, that would be 200 status, and we'll pass this as a JSON format. So if we hit this specific route, so that is API slash all items, then we'll get it. So let me click there, API slash all items, press enter. You can see all the data is there. So our first API is developed. You can see this is actually the developed version of the data. Okay, so when you are hitting on this route, you will get this all the API data. Next we will do it for the search functionality. Here you can see we'll have a search functionality. When we type something and search, we'll have another one. So we will show product here, so that's why we will have to create a search API. So for this, what we will have to define, let me create the controller first. Here we'll define const get searched items, that would be async await, and we'll have to pass it from here. And inside these actually we will define a const, and we'll destructure a query from the front end, and then we'll define required dot query, and inside there we'll check a try catch block. We can just define try catch block, and inside this try catch block what we can do, we'll check let items, and then at first if queue, that means query is available, we'll do a little task. We'll define items will be a wait, and we'll find item dot find method, and here we'll define it, we will use name, so we'll search based on the name, so that's why name, and then we'll have curly braces, we'll have dollar sign, and that would be resin, and that would be the value of q. So this is on thing. Then we'll also have dollar sign option. These options will be I, something like this. I hope I am just correct. So hope you understand how you can just do this. Here actually we need to just define this, all of this stuff. After then we'll just define this way. We can just define a status code of 200, and here JSON. Okay, so if you do this, then if any error happen, we can just define a status. So that is actually res dot status code. Status code will be 500. Then we'll have a JSON, and here we'll define a message that was actually no item items found, something like this. Okay, so next we'll have to define a route, so that would be route dot get method, and here we'll have the routes will be route items, so that would be items, and finally we'll have item controller dot get search items. So if we do this, when you will hit these actually, let me just copy this search query and we'll hit on API slash items items slash search slash query. So it's actually not getting there. Maybe let me check. This is actually uh so why actually not getting there? What actually get API is not there, so maybe we can just test it with something like this. Okay. We'll have to define a query, but let me check, is there anything wrong? Or we can just define, we define actually the results. Here we'll actually need to define items. So I think right now it will be there, slash item. Why it's actually not showing? uh okay, can we test it with these actually? Let me check. Okay, so it's actually showing no found, so it should work for these also. Let me copy all of these, and here can't get API. Okay, why actually? Maybe we need to define it, we have to just define it from the front end. Okay, actually we need to define its actual query. Maybe right now we'll get it. The get API is not there. Let me check if we just, let me console log clg the query, console log q. Okay, why actually not there? Okay, items. The routes is okay, I am sure. Item controllers. So for actually not showing anything, let me just clear this and run the server again. Npm run dev run start actually. Okay, item slash API. So it's actually it should show a message, but what actually it's not showing anything. Okay, obviously we'll fix it. Maybe we'll have to uh, pass the query. So for this actually, so let's do it. So for this, what we can just do it. So here, when we are just searching it, so is there search page is there maybe or not? So if we just type anything, it will have to create a search page. Then it will be specifically from there. Okay, so for this right now, what we can just do it, we can just create a search page, then we'll move back. I need to fix the issues first. So here we'll create a search page. So for this, inside these pages we can create a search page. So here we'll have a search.jsx page rfce, and here we'll need to define a route. So for this we'll go to main.jsx, and after then we will have something like this. Let me define a route first. So for the search route actually we'll define the path. The path will be search, and then we can just define a slash here. Then we'll have a element, so that would be search. It's actually search.jsx. Okay, so fine. Look, if you type anything and press enter, then the search page is there. So we'll have to design the search page. So for the search page, it's actually the similar thing. Here, at first, we'll have a div. So let me click here. Here in this div, we'll have a class name. Then we will have px6, then on larger devices px12, and py will be 20. Okay, after then here we'll have a h-on tag, and that is for search tag. So we will have a h-on tag, and that would be search, and we will add some css. So the css will be something like this. We can just add the css: text center, text free excel, py, front bold, semi bold, actually text color, and other stuff. So right now if you see the search is here, then you need the search icon. So the search icon is there, where actually maybe it's on the hero sections. So let me go to hero sections, and we need to copy this from. Okay, so we'll copy this from, and here on this search actually we will take a div, and inside this div we'll pass this. Okay, but we don't need this from. Actually we will just cart it, and we don't need this form. Actually, we can just delete this form, and we'll pass class name to there. Okay, here actually, and we need to import the icons. So let me copy and here paste it. So the icon is there right now. You can see this is fine, but additionally we can have a little styling. So for this actually we can define a little width. So that would be on medium devices we'll define max w 3xl or something like this. Okay, so let me check it, and we'll have to define 8 mx auto so that it will be on the center positions. Okay, fine. And then we'll have to show the items. So for this actually, after this search div here, we'll take a eval tag. Inside this eval tag, we'll have to show the result. So for this at first, here we'll define const and we'll define some use states. At first we'll have query, and that would be set query, and it would be use a state hook, and we'll define it's now empty, and here we'll receive a prop. So that would be const search text, that would be use params. Okay, so these two things, and then let me close this stuff. Then here we'll have another use state. So that is const results equal to set results, and we can also define const loading, loading set loading, use a state hooks, and that would be by default false. Okay, and after then we'll have another one. So that would be error. So if any error happens, there will be that. And here we'll have use effect hook, and that would be a empty dependency. And here we'll have a arrow functions, and inside this arrow functions we'll define const params, and we'll get it called new URL search params, and here actually we'll have to define window dot location dot search. Okay, so we'll receive the params from here, and then we'll define a query. So const query param equal params dot get, and here we'll receive query. Okay, and if we get the query, we'll have to pass it there. If query, then we'll make it to the set query. So after then we'll need another use effect hook. Then obviously the same way, here we'll have a anonymous arrow function, curly braces, and then we'll call const face item, and here we'll define a async function, curly braces, then we'll define set loading true. Then we'll have a try catch. Here on this catch actually we'll define a error, so it will be set error, and let me short it, so that would be error dot, and inside this try block actually we'll define const response equal await, and here we need to install another package. Actually it's for actually exuse package. Exuse package, let me go there. So exuse.com instructions, so we'll have to import it. So let me close it. Let me import exuse. We'll call exuse. How to import actually, let me click examples. We'll have to import exuse, so that will be import exuse from exuse, and then we'll call exuse dot get, and here we'll have a template string, and we'll define the local host URL. So we'll have something like this URL. We don't go the whole path. Actually we don't go the whole path, we will stop here when it's items. After then here we'll pass a query, so the pass query will be params, and these params will be q equal query. Okay, so this is the query, and then we'll set it to the set results. After doing this actually we'll define set results, and we'll define response dot data. Okay, finally it's done, and we can just add a finally catch finally block. The finally block will just define set loading false. Okay, and here we'll define query, so everything is fine. So if you want to console log the results, so let me just console log clg results. Okay, let me check. Okay, we'll have to run the projects. Npm run dev. Okay, look, if you type toast, press enter, there is no search results. Type anything, the search result is not there for actually. Let me click here, then toast, click enter, the empty results, that means there is no results available. So what to do, here inside this ul tag you can just define curly braces. If you will find results, then we will check, and then we will define results dot map, and here we'll get item. Then here we will have something like this, we can just take a list item. that would be item dot name or something like this, and here we'll have key will be item dot underscore id. Okay, something like this. So if you search toast, let me refresh. No items is there. So everything is everything is okay, but the main mistake is that we didn't call. Here we define the fetch, but we actually not calling it, so that's why actually we are not getting the data. We will have to call this fetch item. Actually, if we don't call the function, how we can just assure that the data will come? So if you just do this, then if you just let me go back here, if you type anything, let me click here, then you can see the to list is there actually. And if you want to just show the name, then here you will define item dot name. Then right now it will actually show the things. If you type b, then all the related breakfast, so breakfast related. If you define salad, so this is actually salad related post. If you define orange here, you can see this is actually showing. So our functionality is working, and I hope you understand that's the thing. Okay, so I hope you understand why actually it's not working, why the functionality is not working. This is actually for this, we didn't call that. Okay, so okay, so after doing this, the next step is that let me close all of this stuff. I'm just closing all of this stuff. Next we'll go again to the item controllers, and here we'll create another route. So for this, actually here we'll have const get single item that would be async request response, and after then we will have something like this. Inside here actually we will just destructure the id first. So the id will be id, and it will from request dot params, and then we will have a try catch block. Inside this catch we will have a res dot status 5000. The message will be not no item found, something like this. And inside this try block we'll define const item equal await. Then we will call the item dot find by id. So find by id hooks, and inside here we'll pass the id. Okay, and finally after having this we'll define res.json, and it will pass this item. Okay, so then we will just export this, and after exporting this we will move to the item routes. And here actually what you have to do, inside this item routes we can just simply copy this, and here we'll make a little changes. We will define the id will be getting from here, so we will have slash dot id, and instead of get search item we will define get single items. So that's the thing. So if you want to check it, maybe here api slash items slash an id. So let me hit wall items first, so that we can just get an id. And next we will just copy this, paste it here, and let me go to items slash, and we'll copy an id. So this is an id, we will have search it. Okay, you can see a specific product based on the id is given, it's actually the only one thing. So a specific product is finding route is there. So if you have right now, I think this is okay. Next, what we will do, we'll create another model. So the model is actually for category. So if we want to implement the functionality for this categories, so here you can see the category based filtering. So that's why we need to create a category collection, and that's why at the beginning we will create a model. This model will be category model dot js, and this model actually contain a little thing at first. If you check the mongoose model, at first we need to import mongoose, and we will destructure the schema. Then we will define const category schema, and that would be new schema, and we will have something like this. Here actually we will have a name field, so that will be a string, and additionally we will have a menu id. So if you see, actually we'll make a connection between this id. Here we'll store a menu id is item, and obviously we can access. If you check here, you can find a menu id. If you check another one, you can see there will be another number. It's actually menu id 3. We'll just make a combined relationship between this, so menu id, and that would be a number field. So if you are just doing this, then this is done actually. Next we will create a category, and that would be, we'll call mongoose model, and here you will define category, and that is mongoose schema. And finally we will define module dot export, and we'll export the category. So we'll export this category from here. So if you just doing this, then the model is done. Now we'll create another route. So here we'll create the route. So the route is actually category routes, so we can name it category route.js. And if you check here, at first we need to copy it and we'll paste it here. Then we will just define module dot exports, and we will define router here. Okay, and inside here actually we will define the route. So we will define router dot gate, and here we will have to define a controller function. So for this, actually here we can just do a little change from the front end. If you click any of this, here you can see it's actually having this type of thing. So we will define this way. We will have a categories, and here we'll have an id that will be category, and we will create a controller. So here we will have category controller.js, and in this controller actually we will have to define, at first we'll have to define the category model. So the category will be require, will require it from dot dot slash model slash category model. After then we'll define const item, we will require it from dot dot slash model slash item model. Okay, after doing this we'll define const get category, and it will be a async operation, and we will have a request response, and finally we will have something like this. Here on this, at first we will destructure the category. So const will destructure category from requires dot params, and here we'll receive this same name actually. This same name will receive this category inside here. After then we'll have a try catch. We'll define response dot status, response dot status. Here we'll have 500. Then we'll define JSON, and we'll define a message. We can just define a error message that would be not no category specified or something like that. Okay, inside here actually we will have to define const category data equal, we'll define await, and we'll call the category dot find method. Find one method. Then here we'll define name will be this category. Okay, after having this we will check if not category data, then we will have something like this. Let me add some space inside here actually. What we'll do, we'll return a status. Sorry, we can simply return a status code 404, and that would be JSON, and here we'll have a message. The message will be category not found. Okay, otherwise here we'll get the items. These items will be item dot find method, and inside here actually we'll find based on the menu id. Here if you just check the model, category model, here we'll define menu item, and we'll just define menu id. Actually this menu id will be category data dot menu id, and finally we'll just response return the response. So res dot status 2000, and we'll pass the JSON format. The JSON is actually this item. Okay, so that is the task we did, and if you have this controller we'll have to obviously export it, module dot export, then we'll have a curly braces, and we'll pass get category item. Okay, so after then we'll go to the category routes, and here we'll define category controller. Let me const category controller requires, so that would be dot dot slash controllers slash category controllers, and we'll call this category controller from here, and then we'll define get category. Okay, and finally is if everything is okay, the next task is we'll go to close all of this stuff, and finally we'll go to index.js, and here actually the next thing is that we'll define const category routes. That would be let me import it so that I just want to avoid any mistakes. Dot slash src slash route slash category route, and we'll use it app dot use, and that would be slash api, and then we'll have these category routes. Okay, so how you can just do that? So if you just try to api slash, then here let me check where is this category routes. We'll have this specific category route, so I just copy it, and here actually we'll paste it categories, and here we'll have a menu id, maybe that would be one. Let me check with one. So no category found, but I think what we can just do it here actually for finding this, we'll have the categories. So the categories will be, maybe we'll have to pass. I just forget, let me define it. Category equal maybe breakfast. Okay, can we'll have something like this. Okay, I think the route is okay, but we'll have to just pass a props, otherwise it will it can actually not working. So for this actually we will move to the front end part, and here we will do other system. I obviously did that proper way. Let me just show you. Here we will have a category paste, and we will show the category here. We will have to pass it. So at the beginning we'll receive the categories from there, and then we'll have the two things. One will have items, then we'll have set items, and we'll define use state hook, and that would be empty array. Okay, then we will have a use state set loading, use state loading hook, and it's actually for the error. So if you have all of this stuff, next what we will do, we will call use effect hook, and here we will have a empty dependency, and then here we will have curly braces, and then we will define const fetch category data, and it will be a async function. Then we will have a arrow curly braces, and inside these actually we will have set loading true. Then we will have a try catch block. If any error happens, we'll define set error here. So set error will be error dot message worse. You can just define a error message, so that is error loading categories, and inside here actually we'll define const response, and that would be, yeah, wait. Then we'll call axios. So we'll have to import axios const. Okay, the keyword is import axios from axios. Okay, so axios dot get, and here we will have to define, let me copy this, and here we'll have to pass something like this. Let me clear it. Here we'll have categories, then we will pass the dynamic category here, so that's why we'll have slash a dollar sign curly braces, and we'll pass this category. Okay, and finally if you get the data, we'll set it to the set items. So we'll set items and pass response dot data. So that is done, and here it's actually require a dependency that is actually based on the category. We'll pass it here. So after doing these actually we'll have almost done. All will call a eval tag, and inside this eval tag we will call items dot map, and we can do check if items and then we can actually map it. Otherwise here we can just receive item every time, then we'll have something like this. Let me define a list right now, and then the list will be, let me define item dot name, or you can just simply define it. Okay, keep it there. And here we'll define key will be item dot underscore id. Okay, so that is the thing. If you do this, let's check it. When you click any of this, you cannot see anything. Okay, the same mistake we didn't actually call the function. We will have to call the function first. So we'll call this function before ending it. Okay, if we just call it, then it will actually work. So let me refresh it. Back, click any of these things, entity, but the result is not there. Why actually? Click entities, and here actually not found. So data is actually not found. API categories entries is actually not found. So maybe it's actually okay. The mistake is that we will have to update some uh, categories. So let me go to MongoDB, and we'll have to update a collection of categories, and then we'll have to update that. So let me log in. Otherwise it actually not founding. Okay, log in with Google. Go your accounts, and finally, when is everything fine, you are on the overview sections, then click this browsers collection, and here you can see categories, and we'll have to upload some categories. So let me insert a categories. Firstly, at the beginning, look, if you check all the datas, when the id is 1, actually menu id is 1, you can just copy this, you can just paste it here, and you can also see, if you check the database model here, model categories model, there you will be have a name. Then this name, we need to define the name is here, and we'll have to define it JSON format. So name is here, and then here the name will be entities. So at first it's actually entities. We'll just define the name it something like this. It will be entities. Okay, so now you can just insert it. Actually we'll have a comma, so it will give you to insert the data, and let me check if I am just right, it's actually entities. Okay, so let me insert it. Now after inserting this, actually if you refresh it, click here, internal server error, maybe is there any wrong. Okay, let me check. So everything is fine. So the category is there, but why actually not loading? Let me console log. So from here, we will console log the category CLG category entities. So entities is there, but when it's actually hitting the entities, it's actually uh, internal server error. So why actually internal server error? Let me define. Here we'll have index.js, we'll have API. Okay, let me refresh it. Entities, internal server error. So what the issues actually there? If we find the categories controller, I think we did properly. Here category requires model, name will be category, everything is fine. Maybe I think it's okay. So all of this stuff is fine, but why the error actually? Let me check the routing. Controllers, app.get, that is categories slash, here's the entities is this, that means it's okay. That is actually entities not found. Maybe we are trying to match it using the name. Let me console log the category entities. We'll receive the categories and we'll make it the name. The name field is entities. Okay, that means we can just console log the category data. Let me console out this, and from here let me hit again. We are getting the data entities. After then we will receive the item. Let me console log the items. Here actually We are getting something. Okay, actually, the mistake is that we can define a weight here. Now let's try again. Okay, so the mistake is that we didn't use await. So after using await, you can see the data is here. So if you just find this data, that means you will not get the error. So let me refresh it. You can see the two data is there. If you click breakfast, the breakfast is not there. But if you click entities, then you will have these two things. Okay, so for the breakfast, actually we will have to define the data. But before that, let me check. The ID on is for the second id is for the breakfast, so we'll just insert some id and let me clear it. Then name will be breakfast, then menu id, the menu id will be 2. Okay, let me remove this space, unwanted space. Okay, so we can just copy this, paste it here. So 2 is done. So if 2 is done, if you click this, then you can see the 2 items are there. And the third one, so let me check. This is third menu and this is for the lunch. So let me create another. So documents, we will have to receive it and we'll paste it here. Here it will be actually for the lunch. You can just copy this lunch and make it here. And the menu ID will be 3. Okay, fine. Insert it. Okay. And then we'll have dessert. Phone number is dessert. Let me check it here. 1. Menu ID. Okay. Let me go to check the all categories actually. Here is all categories. 3. And then 3, 4. This is 4. Actually, it's desserts. Okay. Let me insert. Here, name will be desserts. D will be small letters, and after then we'll have menu id. Menu id will be 4. Okay, we can just copy it, insert it. So we are manually inserting it, but if you want to maintain a backend for the inventory, then you can obviously, you don't have to do it manually, you can just do it on from the websites. Let me paste it here. The 5 now is actually the 5 nong. This is 4 4 and then this is 5 and it's actually for slides. So let me make it slides and the value will be 5 for now. Copy it, insert it. So after inserting, this is the last one based on our data. Here we will have, sorry, let me remove everything, paste it here. The 5 num, the last on will be the 5. Okay, slices. Then the last one is actually for the drinks. So here we'll have drinks and we'll define it menu number 6. Okay, if you do this, insert it. Okay, right now everything is there. And if you click entities, let me remove all the classes. If you click breakfast, breakfast related information is there. If you click lunch, lunch is 2 items, dessert 3 items, slides 2 items, drinks 2 items. Okay, all of this data is getting. So if you have all of this stuff right now, let me close all of this stuff. Our backend task is done. We don't need to console it. Okay, so after having this, the next task is we will have to design a card. So for this, actually we will have a card. Here the backend task is done. On this src component folder we'll create a card.jsx. Here rfce, and we will insert, instead of this, actually we will insert the card. So for these, actually we will have the card components, and inside this card components we will pass the item, and we will make it will be item. Okay, and we need to pass the key props. The key props will be item dot underscore id. Okay, so that is the thing. So if you check, you can see the card is there. Okay, now let's design the card sections. So for these, actually the card sections, we will define class name. Here we will have class name, and we will define container mx auto. We will have flex, justify center, and on medium devices justify will be a start. Okay, so and on this category paste, actually on this here, actually on this eval, what we can just do it here. You can simply add some styling, that would be margin 20. Then we will have grid layout. Then we will have grid calls 1 by default, but on medium devices we'll have grid calls 2. On large devices we'll have grid calls 3, and on extra large devices we will have grid calls 4, and finally we will have gap of 8. Okay, that is the styling. I think it's okay. So now you can see the card, and we'll design the card page. So for the card page, actually we don't need this card. Here we need another div, and that would be class name. We'll define max w, and that would be sm, that means a small. And after them, here we will have another div, and inside this div we will have img, and this image will be something like this. If we pass the item from here, actually you can see item is there, so we'll receive it props. So we will pass the image will be item dot, and if you check the entities here, the image is actually thumbnail image. We will define it there, and that would be thumbnail image. Okay, and now if you check here, you can see the thumbnail image is there. So 2 images is there. Okay, the image is there. Here on this image, actually we can just define some classes, that is actually rounded rounded top, actually t, and that is actually alg. So that is the class, and here on this div, actually what we will do, here we will define busy white, then we'll have relative, then we'll have shadow lg, then we'll have hover, on hover shadow xl, then we'll have transition, then we will have duration 500, and finally we'll have rounded lg. Okay, so let's check it. So this image is something like this. After this, actually, we'll take another div. After this image, actually, we'll take another div, and here we'll have to take a link component from React Router DOM, and inside this link we'll have a two. This two will be something like this. Here we'll have items slash $sign item dot underscore id, something like this, and inside this link we'll have a JSON, and we'll pass item dot name. Okay, so let's check it. The name is here. We'll have to add some styling, and I'm just copying the styling. You can just do it by your own. So paste the styling. So if you paste the styling, here is the thing. So we can add some css on this. So here the class name, and we'll define py, that would be 6, px will be 5, rounded lg, then we'll have busy white. Okay, that's the styling. Let me check. So the title is here, the image is there. Now if you it's actually loading, wait. So here is the card. We will have to make this type of card, and after these, actually after this link components, we'll have category and reading time. So if you see, here's category and reading times. Okay, so let me add comments, category and reading time. Okay, and for these, actually we will have another div, and then we'll have a button. This button will be something like this. We will have the colors effect. So for this, actually inside this button, we can simply define item dot category. Okay, so let me check. So the category is here. If you click breakfast category is showing here. If you click lunch category is there, dessert category is there. Okay, everything is fine. So if you have, then you will have to add some styling on this. So let me add class name, and here we will add dynamic styling. So that's why. Okay, keep it something like this. We will have margin top 6, we'll have py2, px4, then font medium, then we will have rounded lg, then we'll have shadow md, hover shadow lg, then we'll have transition, we'll have duration 300. Okay, that is the thing. And here after this button, actually, so let me check if the button is something like this, but the color is not there. We'll have to add a styling field, and we'll apply the color. So here we'll define const category styles. Okay, that will be a objects, and here we'll have entities. You can see here, so if you just check the card wrapper here, it actually look the entities. When entities when entities each will have an objects, these objects will have a background colors. So background color, and this color will be from here actually. Look, entities have a background colors and a color. We can just copy it and paste it here actually, and we need to define a comma. So the first thing is that is done. Okay, okay, here the mistake is that we will have to use colon. It's actually not equal sign. Okay, so this is the first thing. Then we can simply copy all of this stuff, and let me make it for the second one. It's actually breakfast, and this is breakfast. We will just make it capital, and here we'll obviously copy the background colors and the colors. Let me replace it from here. So we'll use clone, and then we will have the colors. Okay, and we will have must a comma there. Then the third one, it's actually lunch, and here it will be lunch. Then you can copy the background color. Here is the background color, and then this is the color. This is the third one. Then we will have to copy desserts, the fourth one. The D will be capitalized here. For the desserts, actually the background color is this one. Let me define background colors, and now the text color. So this is actually the text color, and the 5 number is slides. So here we will have slides. Then let me copy the colors. So this is background colors, and then we'll have the colors. So this is actually color, and lastly we will have drinks. D will be capitalized, and then here this is the last background colors, and copy the color. Okay, so if you have this, then the next stage is that here on this button actually we'll define, let me keep it here, we'll define a style, and inside this style we'll have another curly braces, and we'll define background colors property, and here we'll define category styling dot background color. After then we'll add a comma, and we'll define color. Color will be category styling dot color. Okay, so let's check it now. Refresh. Okay, the styling is not applied. Why actually? Okay, we'll have to define additional one, so that is actually default, and this default will be a background colors of ff, and then the color will be #00. Okay, refresh it. No, not no color applied yet. So why actually? define all of these colors, but here as the color is not applied, we'll have to define a function. So that would be category style will have const category styles, and that would be, we'll call this, we'll call a function. So the function will be get category style, and here we'll pass item dot category. And as we define a function here, so we'll have a const get category style, and it will receive something like this. It will receive the category, actually category, and inside here actually will return will return this category styles, and it will be array. Will have every time category var will define ca- category styles dot default. Okay, so that is the thing. And if you just do it, now we'll call this category style. From here it's actually not category styles, it's actually will be category style, and here it will be category dot colors. Okay, so I think right now let's check. Okay, the color is there. This is background colors, this is lunch, this is desserts, slides, and drinks. Okay, everything is working properly. So if you have, then the next task is that, let me, after this button actually we'll have another div, and inside this div we'll have an image, or you can just define an icons from react icons. So let me define react icons, and we'll define clock, and we need this type of clock. So let me check. This is the specific clock, or you can choose any of this clock from here. Let me choose this one. We will import at the top. We can just import it at the top, and then what you will have to do, will define it after inside this. We don't need image, we can just work with this. Okay, so if you check it, let me define, here is an clock icon, and we'll define a span tag here, and that would be it's actually, let me check, it's actually preparation times. So that would be hard coded data, or you can just define item dot more dot. If you check actually the item, you will find preparation time. So prep time, you can just define the prep time here, and it would be prep time. So let me check it, here is the prep times. Okay, so now we will call this and define flex items center, then we'll have py2 and mt6. Okay, so let's check, and we can just define margin left, so that would be 1. So now much better. And now we'll have to target their parent div. So this is the parent div, and here we'll apply flex justify between items center, and finally we'll define flex verb. Okay, so that is the thing. So if you have, then this is okay. And lastly, we'll need to design this level. So for this, actually, we can just close this, and here you can see we'll define a relative. That means after this div, actually, we'll take another div, and inside this div, we'll have a span tag, and we will define item dot category. Okay, okay, it's actually not the category. Let me check. It's actually difficulty. Item dot more dot difficulty, and here we'll define class name. That would be text. We can just define font medium. Okay, and here we'll have some class name on this. We'll define absolute. Then we'll define top will be 2. Then we'll have right 2. We'll have py2 px4, and finally we'll have bz white and rounded lj. Okay, so if you do this now, let's check it. Here you can see it's easy. If any items is difficult, then it will show there. So if you have this, so now it's actually same. If you search any of this text, you will have to do this the same thing. We will just do it a little bit smaller. So where is the search? This is search, and instead of these, actually we can call the card components. So here's this is card, and we'll apply the same styling that we did it here. We'll have to copy all of this stuff and keep it on this eval tag. Okay, so if you do this right now, let me back here, live toast. So toast is not there. Oh, that thing is that we cannot find it. Why actually? Okay, that back here. Okay, before that, it's actually loading. Here we can just define loading. Then we will just show a div. It's actually for loading, and there we'll define if error happens, we'll define the error happens, unknown error happens. Okay, something like this. So let me check. So why actually the search functionality is not working? There is a console log. Let me turn off the console log. Maybe it's from here. Okay, Okay, okay. Here, so the issue is that we'll have to pass the item. So item will be item. And now if you search anything, press enter, then you can see that two items is there. If you just uh, edit it, then you can see all the products is there. If you define breakfast, breakfast related information is presenting here. If you define salad, then you can see salad related items is there. Okay, so the search functionality is working properly. If you go back, so right now I think this main functionality is there, and then actually some other functionality we will have to implement. Then the next step is we'll have to create the feature recipe, and for this actually it will make it on the home folder. So all of this stuff is done. Now here backend is closed. We will create a new file, so that is actually featured section. So on this home, click here, create featured section .jsx rfce. We'll have to import it on home page. So this is home, and after these actually after this first div, we'll define others component. Okay, and here actually we will have featured post section. So featured post, and if you check it, then you can see featured section is here. So we'll have to make an image and all of this text, and I hope you are very elegant to make it, and it won't take much time actually. So if you have css knowledge, so at the beginning here we'll define overflow hidden, then we'll define flex, we'll define on medium devices, that would be flex row, and by default will be flex call, and then we'll have justify between items center, will have on small devices my will be 20, by default my will be 4, and on medium devices gap will be 20, and by default gap will be 12, and finally px will be 5, and on large devices px will be 10. Okay, so that is the thing what we are going to do. So now we can see this is starting from here, and then we'll take a new div. So instead of this we'll take a new div. Inside this div we'll have a image, and for the feature image actually we need some image. So let me collect all of this image. I will provide all of these images so that you don't need to worry about it. We'll go to src assets, and we'll actually copy all of these images and keep it on the assets folder. Okay, replace it. So the image is there. We need to featured image. So import featured img from, we'll define dot dot slash assets slash featured, and we'll render it from here, and we'll name it featured image. Okay, so if you check right now your website, you can see the image is there. So if the image is there, we need to add some styling. We can just make it inside a div so that it will be work more properly. We can add some styling. So here, okay, let me go back. Actually we don't need to do that. We'll take another div, and inside this div actually we'll define a text that is featured recipe. Okay, and here we'll apply some classes, but before that let me add a relative positioning, and here we'll have absolute positioning, then we'll have top 4, left 5, then we'll have busy white, then we'll have text secondary, px will be 3, py will be 1, then rounded md, uppercase, tracking wider. Okay, so let's check it. Here is the featured section, and maybe we can add some css here. So rounded md or something like this. Okay, so it's must rounded right now. Okay, so after these actually we'll have to design these sections. So for these actually, so this div is done, and now the text div. So this is the text div. Here we need a h2 tag, and we need to copy the text. I'm just copying the text. You can write your own text. We'll have to add some css, and this css is the same as, okay, let me add it here. So the css will be text 3xl, then font semi bold, then text will be secondary. On small devices text will be 5xl, and on small devices leading will be relaxed. Okay, so the text is done. Right now you can see the text is done. Next we'll need to define the a paragraph tag. So for this actually we'll paste the paragraph, and for the paragraph actually we'll have some css. So the css is here. We'll have text excel, we'll define margin top and a custom text class, so that is the text class. And after then actually after this, here you can see a button, and this button will be something like this. Okay, so for this button what we will do, we will take for this button actually we'll take a new div, and then we'll take another div, and inside this div we'll take a button. This button will be view recipe. So this is actually view recipe. Here we'll have some class name, and we'll define py8, then we will have, sorry, py will be 4, px will be 8, then on hover actually we'll define bg button colors, then we'll have text secondary. On hover actually text will be white, something like this, and w will be full. We'll have transition, we'll have is in, then duration will be 200, text will be center, text center, text will be base size, and font will be semi bold. Okay, and we'll add a border. So we'll add border, then we'll have a border color. Border will be a specific colors. The colors is actually 9c. 702A, and then we'll have focus, outline none, and rounded LG, and finally rounded LG. Okay, this is the button. Let me check it. So this is the whole button. We'll have to add some CSS to this div. So for this, actually here we'll define margin top 12, and it will be inline flex, and here on this parent div we will apply on large devices. We'll define margin top 0, and on large devices flex spring 0. Okay, so and finally here actually this is the parent div. We'll apply some class, so that is actually text start, and then we'll have on a small devices w will be half on by 2. Okay, so let's check it. I think it's actually perfect right now. So this section is done. So if this section is done, the next thing is we'll have to do this latest recipe sections, and for these actually we'll create another file on this home. So latest recipe dot jsx rafce, we'll have to import it from here, latest recipe. Okay, so check, here is the latest recipe, and now we'll design this, and I will just do a little bit fast here. So inside this div actually we don't need this. Actually here we'll add some CSS. So the CSS will be px5 on large devices, px10, and py will be something like this, and then we will have a h2 tag, and we will define a text that is actually a simple text. We will apply the same styling on the previous thing. It's actually for the same styling, this text styling and this text styling is the same, so you can just copy paste that from the thing, and after then we will add get wall items. Okay, here we'll have a div. Inside this div, what we will do, we'll need to define all the items. So for this here const items set items, and that would be use a state hook, it will be empty array, and then we'll define use effect. Here we'll have something like this. We'll have a array of objects purses, and here we'll define const get latest items, and that would be a function. It will be async, and here we'll define const response await, and we'll call axios. It's actually not importing. Let me import axios from axios. Okay, so axios dot get, and here the routers will be for the world items. Actually this is the thing, we will just call all the items. Okay, so after getting this we'll set it to the set items, response.data, and finally we'll have to call it so get latest items. And then here inside this div actually we will render if items dot length is greater than 0, then you will call items dot slice, and here we'll define 0 to 4. Actually we don't render not more than 4 items at a time, and here every time we'll receive item and index, then we will have array of objects, and after then we'll render the card. So card, so card is not rendering, let me open it, and we'll call the card, and here it will receive key props, so that would be item dot underscore id, and here item will equal the item. Okay, so finally when it's done, then we'll have a clone, and then we'll define a paragraph, so that is no items, or you can just define loading dot 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 something like this. Okay, so let me check it. Here you can see we'll have 4 items, but we need to add some styling, we need to add some grid layouts here. So we'll define class name grid layouts. So if you apply grid layouts, then it's fine. And finally we need to copy the button, so we can copy it from the features. So here is the buttons, we'll copy it and paste it here actually. So we'll just copy the button on this latest recipe, so this is the div, after this div actually we'll paste the button. So if you do this, then you can see the button is there, and here actually we'll define a links components. We can just cut it, and let me import a link from react router dom, and here we'll define a true. The true will be a specific path, so the path will be for the all recipes. It's actually for all recipes page or something like this. We'll have to define the path will be something like this. Okay, so this is the done. Next we'll make the sign up sections and other stuff. So right now we are here, we have to next design this section. Actually this is a newsletter section, and that's why what we'll do here on this home folder, we'll create a new file that is actually newsletter newsletter.jsx race as usual React functional components, and we will have to input it here. So newsletter. Okay, so for the newsletter actually it's a very simple design. At the beginning here we'll define class name, and then make by default w will be full, and on the medium sized devices it will be w 2 by 3, and then actually it's not properly added. Here we'll have a hyphen, then mx will be auto, then we will have flex column, and item center, and padding will be 10, something like this. So let me check how it's going. So this is newsletter, and this time here we will have a title, some text, and to from. Okay, so for this actually you can take a h3 tag, and this is for, let me copy the text, you can type your own text here, and for this css actually we will add text secondary, Then we will have font semi bold, text center, text for Excel, something like this. So I think it's okay. It's okay. Next, this is the text, and for this actually we will require a p tag and paste the code here. We can just click here to quick fix it. Let me format this code, and on this p tag actually we will have some styling. What we will add here actually, we will add some margin top, then flex. So actually it's not need that flex actually. Text gray 600, then we'll have a text large. So this is text size, then text will be center, leading will be normal, and finally we'll have font light. Okay, so all of this stuff is done. Let me check. So this is fine. You can add a line break here actually. You can add a BR tag or something like this. Okay, so that is fine. After then you can add a div and you can just make this form. So let's try to do this. After this paragraph tag we will have a new div. Inside this div we'll have a input field, and here we'll define a placeholder. The placeholder will be name, and here we'll have to define some CSS. Let me check. So here is the field. We'll have to define the CSS. So let me add class name. We'll define flex grow. Then we will have px4, py4. Then we will have rounded, text gray 400, outline none, and there will have a placeholder text. So that would be text, and here the color will be $sign on B 2629. Okay, I think everything is fine. Let me check it. So here is the name field, and we'll copy this field again, and here that would be email address. Okay, so let me check. We will have two fields, and now we will need a button. The button, let me check. The button is something like this, and it's similar to this button, so we can simply copy this button from the feature post. Here is a button. You can just copy this button and now paste it here. So did we make any mistake? What the issues actually? So let me copy it properly. Okay, this is fine. Maybe we can need the text. We can need that to change the text. The text will be get started. So this is actually get started. What you have to do, you have to define. We'll have to target this div, and here we'll have to define margin top 6. Then we'll have flex. Flex will be call. Then on margin device or medium devices, actually flex will be row item center justify center double full. On medium devices px is 8, then gap will be 4, and finally mb 20. Okay, all of this stuff is done. Let me check it. So perfectly, it's perfect right now. You can see this is awesome. So this section is done. After this section, actually we will make these sections, and this section is similar to this section. Okay, so that's why you can just copy paste this section and make it by your own. Look, everything is fine. So for these sections, actually we need to define. It's actually maybe the section name is, we can name it about section. So we can create a new folder. Make sure you are here, about section.jsx rafce. Let me close all of this stuff and we will import about section here, about section. And for this section, actually look, we can entirely copy this section. So for this is actually featured sections. We can simply copy the featured sections. Here is the featured sections. You can copy entire this section and paste it here. We need to import the image, so let me copy this image and paste it here. Okay, so if I do this, let me check, the design is okay, but here the image is this image, so let me change it. So for this, actually we have a image, so let me insert the image dot slash assets slash, this is actually about image. So I think the image is now changed and we can rename it. Actually this is about image, and we can replace it. So if you have done, actually we need to remove this image to the left side. So for this we'll cut the div. This is the image div and this is the text div. We'll replace it there. Okay, so if you do this right now, the image is on the right side, and here what we will do, we don't need this actually to text, so we'll remove it, and we can also obviously remove that thing. Okay, so the image is there. I can see it's same. You can need to change the text. Actually let me do that. Here this is a text, and then we can obviously need to copy all of this text and we'll replace it here. We need a break here, so let me check. We can just add another beer tag so that it will be more generous. Okay, that is fine. And here this will be by default background colors. We will define background colors by default. Okay, now this is background color, and by default text will be white. Okay, so the style is appropriate right now. Then we will move to the next section. This is actually a company's logo section, so company branding. Actually that's why here we'll define company logo or something. Make sure you are on the home tab and click here. So that would be company logo csx rfce. Let me import company logo sections here. Now for this company logo, what I have to do it here? Okay, so actually for this section we can go to tailwind css and then component section, browse all components, and then here actually you will find something like logo clouds. We will click here and we can just copy this section. For this actually we'll choose react and then we'll click this code. We'll have to copy all of this code, copy our entire code and just replace it here. So if you do this, you don't do anything here, so you can simply get this section done. Okay, but here the background is no background, so that's why here we'll remove busy. Now I think it's fine. Okay, the logo section is done. Next, or the next actually, then we'll have a subscription newsletter. So we can just create a new file, that is subscription.jsx rfce, and we can just close all of this stuff. It's actually not needed. Here we will have subscription. So for the subscriptions actually, what we will do, look here actually, look the design first. Here actually we will have some text and a form fill up here. Okay, so that is similar, so let's do it. What we will do, we will define class name, we'll define busy will be white, then we'll have py, that means padding 16, then rounded tr, rounded tm md. Okay, so this is done. After then we will have another div, and this div will have class name max w screen xl, then we will have mx auto, mx auto. Now next task is we'll have px will be 6 on large devices, px will be 8, and by default mb will be 20. Okay, so inside this div actually we'll have another div, and this div contains actually two div. So we'll have another div, and here we'll have design flex call, then on medium devices flex will be row, justify between items center, and gap will be 20. So that's the thing here. This is for the text. We can add a comments for left text. Okay, so this text, let me check. This text we have something like this. So inside this actually we'll have s3, we'll have something like this text. We'll add some class name. Actually this class name, you can apply some css here. The css will apply text 3 Excel, font bold, tracking tight, text secondary, and on a small devices text 4 Excel. So this is the thing, and we also add a paragraph tag. Actually, it's not mandatory. So it's very simple, so I just copy it. So we will add the text here. You can see the text is here. Next we will have to create the form. So for this form, actually this is the text field, and here we'll define class name empty tableau half. Okay, so after this, actually we'll have another div, and here we'll define class name. On small devices we'll have w half, then margin top will be 6, then it will be flex will be call. On sm devices flex will be row, and gap will be 4. Okay, so inside this div, actually we will have a label. So we'll have a label for the email address, so we'll keep a label. So this is for email address. If you check here, you can see nothing, but after then we'll have to input field. So this input field is similar to the above field. So if you check, we can just copy this input field and paste it here. So I think you understand. So this is the input field, and we also copy the button that is here. Okay, we can just copy the same button. So let me copy this button and paste it here. So this is subscribe button. So let me check how. I think it's okay, perfectly showing everything. Okay, so this section is done. Next, actually let me check, we'll have a horizontal button, so that's why let me add a horizontal line, and for this actually we will close everything, and here we will add a hr, that means horizontal line. So this is the horizontal line. Okay, and finally we will have to make this actually footer section. Okay, so footer section is very simple. Actually we'll create a footer content. So for this, actually inside this component we'll create footer.jsx refc, and here actually we don't add it on the home. Actually we will have to add it on the app.jsx. Here after this outlet we will add footer content. Okay, so we'll add the footer is here, but before that we'll add a little styling actually here. So how actually we need this? So if you just click any of this, look, the footer is here, but if the you just try to search it, so footer is here. So here actually we can just take a div, and we can just move the outlet inside this div to make it more furnished, and here we'll have to add some class name, and then we'll define a mean height, and here we'll define a calculation. So for the calculation, actually we will add cals 100 VAs. So that means we'll minus 136 pixel from 100 VAs. This is viewport height, and we'll minus this pixel from the viewport height. So that is the little modifications for these. Actually now let's move to design the footer sections, and actually we can have to design the footer, and let me check if there is any footer is here, or we can get a demo footer. mm, this is form alert navigation button home screen. Let me search footer. So here is, this is locked, so we cannot use it. So if we get footer, then it will be best. But as we don't get it, we'll have to make it properly. So let me make it. Uh, it's, I think, okay. Can we just search front end, free front end? Maybe we can get the similar footer from the free front end. Let me check if we get or not. My internet connection is very slow today, so that's why it's still taking loading. Okay, getting here, we'll choose Tailwind CSS and we'll try to find is there any footer. Close. Here you will find some awesome components, but we need a footer, so that's why from the section, this is footer sections, and we'll try to get a footer from here. Mm, let me check the footer, something like this. Okay, this is the exact footer. You can just need it. Okay, what you have to do, you have to do JSX and you can just click view options, and this is the ultimate footer you need. Okay, you can just simply copy all of this text and you will just replace these footer sections. Okay, so if you do this, then the next task is, you can see the footer is there, you have to change the logo. So for this logo at the top, you can just modify it based on your need. So where is the logo? Maybe this is the SVG part and this is actually the logo. Let me make sure. Yeah, this is the logo. We will replace it and we'll insert an image tag and we'll define slash frontend slash public slash logo SVG. And as we are importing from front public folder, we don't define it, so we'll simply keep it this way. So if you do this, then you can simply see this is the logo and we have the exact same design. We can just additionally move it to the center position. So go bottom, here we'll define text center and we will replace a 2025 or something like this. Okay, so this text is there right now. Let me check. After this, actually we need to define a HR tag. So here we can simply define a HR. Look, it's perfectly fine, and we can add additional modifications here, but it's up to you. It's up to you actually. You can just remove this. Let me check. Okay, it's very ugly actually, so we'll have to keep it, and we can just reduce is 12. Okay, I think this is fine. This is home page, and right now the home page is done. So if the home page is done, next what you have to do, so if the home page is done, we will have the categorizations and all of the stuff, but right now we'll make a single page. So if you click any of this, actually you will have this type of page. Okay, so we'll have to make it. So for this, actually, look, we'll define the path when someone click this button. Actually, when someone click this button, actually it will redirect to a specific path, so we'll make a route for this. So what we will do, we will go to main.jsx, and here actually we'll define a path. So the path will be this path, the path we copied. So this is the path, and instead of this we'll simply define id. Okay, and after then actually we'll define elements, and these elements will be a single element. So that's why what we will define it, we can create a new folder under the page sections. So inside this page actually we'll create a new folder, it will be product, and inside this products we'll have single products.jsx rfce, and we'll use this here, single product. So right now if you just click any of these items, it will redirect to a new page, and this is actually single product page. So for this single product page, what we will do, so for this single product page, let's design it. At first here uh we need a little thing. What we can do, we can just make a uh, loader here. So the loader will be, we will use params, so that's why we'll destructure params. Then we will have a function here, and that would be, we will fetch, and here we'll have a specific path. So for this single items, we will just define localhost 5000 slash api slash items slash a single path. So something like this, maybe. Let me copy it and try to get an id first, api slash all items. Then we will choose an id and we will replace this id. Okay, you are getting all the single data. So we need this api, and we will replace it here. So we don't need a hard-coded id, we'll define dynamic id, so that's why it will be params.id. So that would be params dot this id. You will have to define the same name that is defined here, so this id. So if you define this, now from this front end we can just get the id console. So we'll define const product equal use, you can just define it items equal use loader data. Okay, and if you just console log the item, you will just get the item. So let's check it. If you inspect and open the console, refresh it, then you can see a specific product id is there. So if you have this product id, you can simply design it properly. Okay, so for this, let's do it. Here we'll take a section tag. So then what we will do, we'll define a minimum height, so that's like class name min height. H will be d, vs will have on medium devices, it will be flex, justify center, item center. Then we'll have on medium devices, busy will be excel, something like this. Okay, and inside this section actually we will have an article. So inside this article we will have a div. We'll have a div. Inside this div we'll have a picture tag. Inside this picture tab we will have a img, and inside this image, actually this image will be item dot. So let me check the image path. So the image is actually the thumbnail image. So this is thumbnail image. So if you check it here, you can see the image is there. So after this image we can add some styling. We can define the class name. The class name will be on medium devices. We'll have max w, that will be 90%. By default w will be full on medium devices. Age will be 5700 pixel. After then we'll have defined on medium devices, we'll have rounded excel. Okay, so this is the image styling, and here on this div actually we'll have class name, and that would be, we'll have video white. Then we'll have on medium devices my will be 5 rem. So it's a specific margin, and then we'll add some padding. Py will be 8. Then pb, padding bottom, will be 8, and on medium devices rounded excel. So that is the styling. Let me check everything is fine. The image is something like this. Okay, we need to define margin on medium devices. It will be mx auto. Okay, so right now it's fine. So if you check, it will be something like this. Respect it to check it on small devices, so everything is fine. After this, actually after this picture, what you have to do, you will have a div. Inside this div will have a h1, and this will be item name. So item dot name. So let's check it. The item name is there. We need to style something. So we'll have class name, and we'll define text for excel. Then we'll have a margin of 12. Text color will be secondary, and let me check. Okay, fine. And actually here you can see a div will define a class name, that will be px will be 8. Then font actually we don't need to define font. We'll have a, okay, we'll have some padding. Okay, so now this is the text, this is the product name, similar like this. Next, what you have to do after these, actually we need a p tag, and here actually we need some descriptions. So is there any descriptions data? There is no description, so that's why we can just use some hard-coded descriptions. We can just keep this hard-coded descriptions now, but when you insert data you will keep a description field. Here we will add a class name, that would be margin of 6. So after these, actually after this paragraph, what you will have to do, you will have to do another article, and inside this article actually we'll have a h2, and this will be something like this. We'll have preparation time. We'll keep it preparation time, and we'll add class name. We'll add text excel and fonts semi bold and margin left true. Okay. On this article, actually, we'll have class name. We'll have busy rose white. So this is not the color. We can just define it something like this. Let me check. After then, we'll add margin top 6. Then P will be 5 and rounded Excel. So something like this. You can see a colored information is there. After this H2, actually look here. This is actually total times, preparations and cooking. So for this, after this two, we'll have a li tag. Inside this li tag, eval tag, we will have li tag, and we'll take a p tag. So after then we'll have a span tag. We'll take let me take, we'll have total. We'll keep it total here, and then we'll have another span tag. Here we'll keep the numbers. Okay, so we'll paste it here something like this. So let me check it. So this is total preparation time. Let me add some classes on the eval tag. Here we'll have list disk. Then we will have margin top m top 3. Then margin left 8. Then we will have text lg. We'll have marker text dark. Let me add a specific color here. Maybe something like this. Okay, so this is the exact color. We can add others color. Let me 500. So this is a specific colors, and we'll actually calculate this, but for now it's okay. And here on this li tag we'll define pl3. So this is one thing, but we can just copy this li tag for 3 times. Okay, and right now you can see all of this stuff is there. On the second li tag we'll define some margin top. So m top 3, and here also m top 3. Okay, fine. Now we don't need the hard coded informations. Actually, look, the second one is preparation time, so that's why it will be preparations. Then third one is cooking times, so this is cookings. Okay. So next here, actually on the third one we'll define the cooking's time. So it's actually item dot more dot, let me check the cooking fields. So here is the cooking fields. So cooking time, and we'll add this field. Okay, so if you have, then you can see the cooking time is from the backends. And here also define the same thing. We'll copy it, we'll paste it here. So extra curly braces is there, let me remove it. And instead of cooking time it will be preparation time, so that is prep time. Okay, so this two thing is done. So you can see the two thing is done, and we will have to calculate the total time. So for calculating the total time, actually at the top we'll let me comment it. We'll create a function. So const extract number, and here it will be taking time string. It will be a arrow function curly braces. Actually if you check the database, actually here you can see it's a string, so that's why we'll convert it and extract the number first, then we will have to calculate the total time. Okay, so for these actually what you have to do, we'll define let time array, and we'll take this time string and we'll just split it using a space. Okay, after this we'll return using parse integer. So parse int, and we'll define it to the first array, that is the position of 0. Okay, this is done. Next what we will have to do, we'll have to define let prep time minutes, and that would be, we'll call the function and we'll pass item dot more dot trip time. So this is actually trip time. Then we can just copy it, and it's actually cook time. Cook times, and it's actually, let me copy cooking times. Okay, so we have prep times and cooking times, and now we will have to calculate the total. So const total times minutes actually. So that will be, we will just calculate these two things. We will define class and cook time. So if you have, then right now we can use it on the total value. So here is actually the total value. Okay, so now it will calculate and add a plus. So maybe we can just make, so here's actually there is a error. Let me handle this. Okay, is that the error for this thing? Let me check. Let me remove it. Okay, maybe server is running or not. So server is okay. Okay, parse int is not a function. I got that issues. So let me fix it. Here we'll have EARs integers. So this is actually parse integers. So right now refresh it. Okay, fine. So you can see it's actually calculated value. Okay, so this point is done. Next we'll have to make these sections, and it is very the similar of it. Okay, so for these actually what we will do, let me close this picture tab and this thing. After these actually we'll have another div. We'll have another div, and inside this div actually what we will do, we'll define the same h3 tag. So where is the h3 tag? So it's actually, we can just name it h3. Keep it and keep it inside here. We'll define margin top 3 plus name m top 3. Okay, but I think we can just keep it after this actually, after this article tag. So that's why I hope we can just keep it there. Okay, now it's fine. We can add mass gap. It will be 5, margin top 5 or something like this. Okay, so then look here, it will have still a ey tag, eval tag. So that's why we'll take a eval tag, and then so recording is running. So then what you have to do, you have to define items dot look, where is the ingredient? So ingredient is here actually. So this is ingredient, item dot ingredient. Then we will map it, then we will take ingredient and index. Then we will have a array, we'll define a parenthesis, and inside here we'll have a li tag, and inside this li let me define key props. So key will be index, and inside here actually we will have a span tag, and in this span tag we will have a ingredient dot, let me check, it's actually ingredient dot name, and we will use a clone, and after then we will have another span tag that will be ingredient dot quantity, and we can check optional chaining here so that we can avoid error. Okay, so now here actually on this list item we will add padding left, so that would be 4, m top will be 2, and here on this eval tag we will have list dicks, then we will have markers, so that would be, we can just define any color text blue something, then we will add margin top 4, margin left 6, then text secondary or something like this, and marker align middle. Okay, so let's check it. So look, this is fine. We need a space here actually, so we can add a space, so much better. Okay, fine. So after this actually we'll have this instruction sections and nutrition sections, and for actually I hope you understand, we'll have to take a h3 tag and some list items, and we'll have to render it, and here is everything is fine, we'll have the same thing. So that's why I actually don't feel to do that. You have to make the rest think, you have to make the rest think. I stop it here and you have to complete it actually. So it's actually very simple. You can just simply make it by your own way, but I just for reducing the content length, I just replace my code here so that I can just avoid all of doing. So here is actually the thing, you will have the ordered tag, and here is actually all of this stuff is done. I think we can make this perfectly. So let me try if it's working. So click here, the image is there. Click this on, the image is working. Click this on, so everything is fine. And the thing is that here, if I just remove these sections, so actually if I just remove these sections, and then if I just go back, if you click any of these thing, then you can see it's started from here. But if you define a use state hook, actually it will be a use effect hook, and it will be a empty dependency, a comma, and then a anonymous functions is here. What you have to do, you have to define window dot scroll to, and here you will define 0.0, so it will start from the top sections. Okay, so this is the modifications. I think you will understand. If you click, it's actually scroll to the top and start from the banner sections. Okay, so that is the thing. If you check it on small devices, you can see it's perfectly working, and you have to modify based on your need. Okay, so the next task is almost, we will have almost done. So home page is done, and so now we will move to the recipe page. We don't have any recipe page, so for this actually we will create a route. So we'll go back, let me close this one. We'll go back to the mains, and here we'll create another route. This route is for the path will be slash recipes. Then we will have to define a elements. These elements will be, you can create a products or recipe page on this product section. So let me define recipes.jsx rafe, and here we'll define recipes page. Okay, so that is the thing. So if you click this thing, then it will be load the recipe page. So let's make this page, and for this actually here on this page at the top we'll define const items, set items, and that would be use state. It will be empty array. Then what you can do, you can just copy category page, or you can just copy width. You can just copy the latest sections, latest recipe sections. We'll copy the whole thing. So we'll copy the whole thing and we'll replace it here actually. Then we will import the items. We need to import exus from exus. So all items is there. Now this time what you have to do here, we'll define a class name, and that would be px6 on large devices. Px will be 12, and finally py will be 20. Then we need to copy the h2 tag, or and paste it here. We can just name it h1 tag, and it is all items, or we can name it all recipe recipes. So let's check it. You can see it's all recipes, and we can make it text center. Text center. Now it's on text center. So after this all recipes, what you have to do, you have to just, you can just copy this way actually. You need to a wrapper, so that's why here we'll define categories wrapper here actually. Let me check. So category is there, and after then we'll define a eval tag, and inside this eval tag we'll just define items dot map. Then we'll have every time we'll receive item, then we will have a arrow, and finally we'll render the card components. We'll pass the key props. The key will be item dot underscore id, then item will be item. Okay, and here we'll define class name, and we'll define margin top 20. We'll apply grade, and by default grade calls 1. On medium devices grade calls 2. On large devices grid calls 3, and extra large devices grid calls 4, and finally gap will be 8. So if you do this, now let's check. All the recipes is there. You can see all the recipes is rendering. If you click the items, then items is rendering. Okay, let me go back all recipes, and if you click any of these recipes, the items is loading here. So perfectly this section is also done, and let's check if the search is working. So toast 2 items is showing. Okay, perfect. And next, for the thing what we have to do, we have to design this resource page and the about page. Okay, and the contact page. So for these, actually for the resource page, what you have to do, let me click this. Actually, if you click this resources, here is the path. We'll copy this path and create a new path. So the path will be slash resources. Here we need to define a elements. So the elements will be, we will create a new page. So click page resource this, and here we'll define yourcs .asx rfce, and we'll import it here resources. Okay, so for these resources, actually for the next, actually here we'll have to design. Let me check. If you now resources, you can see this is resources. Click here, you can see the resources. Click here, resources page is there. So for this resources page, actually we need to define a section tag, and after then actually here we'll define class name px6, on large devices px12, and by default py20. Okay, and here we need a h1 tag, and you can copy it from recipe page or others. We'll need this h1 tag on here, and we can name it resources. Okay, let me copy it. Okay, after these, actually after this we'll take a article tag, and inside this article tag we'll have a div, and let me add class name. The article tag will be py6, and on a small devices py will be 12, something like this. And here we'll have a div, and then we'll have class name container, then we'll have p6, then mx auto, and space y8. So space y8. Inside this div, actually we'll have a h2 tag, with a text free excel and font bold. Then we will have a paragraph tag with text a small size and margin bottom 16. So if you check here, now you can see this is there, and we can obviously define it inside a new div. You can just take a new div and keep it here, and you can just define class name. That would be space y2 and text center. Okay, so let's check it. So this is the thing, and after then we need to define some data, so that's why we need some block data. So I'm just copying, I will provide the data. So for the blocks, actually will just, you will have to check it on public folders. Okay, so I just copy the data of the block data is here. Then what you have to do, let me format the code and let me remove it, and after this actually we'll take a new div, and inside this div we will have to define log data dot map. Then we will get log and index every time, and then we'll have a parenthesis. And for now actually what you have to do, so let me create something like this. Okay, so check it what is going to there. Okay, you can see the blocks is there, but you need to do styling. You will have to define class name, and then you will define grade, then grade calls on by default. So gap x4, and then gap y8 on medium devices, grade calls 2, and on large devices grid calls 4. Okay, so now let's check something like this. You have to design all of this stuff, so I think you can able to design these sections. So if you are able to design these sections, I am actually just I'm actually just pasting it so that you can just the thing is that you have to only design these sections, but I'm just pasting it my code so that it will be automatically designed. So I think this is similar. Hope it's done. Next you have a about page, and this is the copy the path at first. So this is copy. Okay, go to main.jsx. Here you will have a path will be about slash, and then we'll define elements. This will be about page, so that's why inside this page we will have about, and then we will have about.jsx RAFCE. Let me import it. Okay, so if you click resource page, and if you click about, then about pages. So we need to define the about page similar like this. Actually we will have something like this. So the first two section is the same actually. Okay, so let's do this. So here actually we'll take a section tag, then we will add a class name. We'll with a class of px6, on large device px12, and py will be 20. So now you can see the abort starts here. Next we'll have to divide a h on tag. So for this, actually inside here we'll have a h on tag with text center text 3xl, p top 10, pb4, and font semi bold text secondary on a small device text 6xl, and on a small device leading relaxed. So this is the text. Now you can see it's about. After then we need a paragraph. So for this, actually we'll have a paragraph tag with text center on small devices with half mx auto and margin bottom 20. So this is the classes, and now you can see it. And then we will have to make these sections. So for these sections, actually what you can do, okay, here is there any hero sections? Let me check. I'm just using a hero sections, or you can just check it on free frontends. Go to tailwind css, and maybe here you will find hero sections. Okay, here you will find lots of hero sections, and you have to choose these one. I just copy these hero sections. Okay, for this JSX, and I will view the code, and this is the thing. We'll copy the whole sections and we'll paste it there. So instead of these sections, actually we can just define each article. Let me format this code. So here maybe article. Okay, now format this code. So if you do this, now you can see this is the same things. You can just adjust it based on your need. And finally here is the quotations. So these quotations is very simple what I did actually. So after these, actually after this article, we'll have a quotation section, and it's nothing else. We'll have a div with a container class name, container mx auto, then px6 py40. Okay, then we'll have another div. Inside this div we'll have another div, and here actually we'll define class name that would be w 8 by 12 text to excel. Okay, here we need a icon, so that is actually effect code icons. So let me define a icons. We'll import it from API icons. So I'm just importing the icons. So let me check it. So this is the icons, and after then what you have to do, after this div actually we'll have a span tag, and we'll have the code. The codes is here, and we'll add class name, define flex. Okay, and then after this div actually we'll have another div, and then we'll have a span tag. We'll have call now. Okay, so let me check call now, and this is the parent div. So this is the parent div. We will define class name flex, by default flex call. We'll have on medium devices flex row, then item center, justify between, relative, w100 is auto, on medium devices age will be 64, busy 100, busy white, we can just define it busy white, shadow 2xl, rounded lg, and finally p will be 8. So let's check. So something like this, and we need to design the call button. So the button is similar to the previous button, so I'm just copying the button. So I'm just copying the button is here. Okay, so if you do this, now you can see this section is done. Okay, this is about sections, and now last one is contact sections. So I just copy the contact sections from here. So is there any contact sections? Or let me check any contact sections. Okay, contact sections. Okay, we can just use these contact sections for now actually. Or it's hard. Let me go back to the front end websites. Is there any contact page? Okay, this is feature sections, FAQ sections, call to actions. Okay, we can just get it from these forms actually. Oh, I'm not getting there. Maybe it's hero section. Featured section. So let me just check. I just need to default contact section. We're not getting appropriately. Okay, I'm sorry, I cannot get that thing, but it's actually very simple design. Let me click contact sections, and it's have this type of design, a very simple design. Can we just search Tailwind CSS contact page, and we can just get a free contact page. Let me check. We are not getting the exact page, but if you search, you will find contact page. Okay, here actually something like this. Let me check. Okay, we need something like this. Okay, we need this code. So for this actually view code, and we'll just copy these sections, entire sections. Okay, so if you copy these entire sections, and for this actually you will have to set up a route. So let me, so it's slash contact, will have a parenthesis, path will be slash contact, they will have a elements, and that would be contact page. So click the page sections, then contact, then we'll have contact.jsx refce. Now contact page, and let's design this page actually. And we need to replace the class name. Press Ctrl F, and then this is class name equal, and then replace all. So if you do this, now everything is fine. Let me check. Here you can see the contact page is here. You can add some margin top or py20. Okay, so we can just define my. Okay, now you can see this is the contact page, exact the same contact page. You can just adjust it. I think everything is fine, and let me test on a small devices. Is everything okay? Is the everything is okay? And let me check it. Click this recipe page, close here. You can see all the recipes is here. So it's done. Thank you for visiting us. If you have any requirement, please just leave a comment for this video so that I can feel your inspirations. If I forget to actually deploy this project, so for this actually, let me show you how you can just deploy it on Vercel. So for this, at the beginning, let me close all of this stuff, and at first we'll just host our backend code. So for this we'll go to backend sections, and here actually for this backend we'll do two things. So we'll go to package.json file, and here we'll write a script. So that is actually engine, and then here we'll define a engine that is actually node. Then we'll have the version 18.x. Okay, we'll make sure we will have this engine. Okay, I'm sorry, make sure you will have this engine. So this is actually needed, you will have to define it. So let me close it. So this is the first task. Then the next task is that you will have to add a package.json file, sorry, a vercel.json. So let me add it. So we'll click this package.json, and then make sure you are on the backend path. Here we will click this, and then vercel.json file, and inside this file we will have to define a curly braces, and then here you will include version is 2. I will keep this code there. Then we will have a builds command, you will have a builds command, then we will have a curly, we have an array. Inside this array we'll have a objects, and that would be we'll have src command, and that would be a path. So that would be dot slash index.js, and after this src we'll have a use command, and that would be we will have at the rate vercel. So make sure you just add the proper name, so vercel slash node. Okay, so this is the build command, and after this build command, or the next task is that we will have to define a routes. You will have to define a route. So pause this video and makes think it's okay. We'll have src, and this inside this src we will have dots slash slash and first brackets, then dot and asterisk sign there, and on the dist actually it will be slash. So this is the package.json file. You make sure you will have these appropriate things. So if you have done this, you cannot actually deploy it on Vercel. So that's why this is done. Next, you will have to define a dot git ignore file. So let me create dot git ignore. So inside this ignore, actually you can replace all of this code. You will just copy all of this code and you can just simply paste it there. Okay, so I just copy the git ignore file from here, actually from the front end, and you will have these two things. Next, we'll just push our backend code to the git repository. So for this, let me go to GitHub, then click this create a repository. Then it's actually Hezify recipe app backend. Then we will click this create a repository. We will need to git init. You can just simply copy it, and then you have to make sure it's on the backend path. So you will just press Ctrl C and then backend path. Let me clear it. So now you can see we'll have to copy this command first. So it's actually not appropriately paste here, press enter. Then the second is git init, copy it, paste it here. Then third command is git add.md. We don't need to define the specific file. We'll define git add dot. That means we would like to add everything. Then the next thing is that we'll copy all of this last four command and paste it here, press enter. So if you can see if everything is fine and writing object is 100%, then if you refresh it, then you can see our project is here. And then we'll go to Vercel dashboard. If you don't have any accounts, then you have to create an account. Then for the next, you will have to click this create a new projects. Then the last backends folder. So this is the specific git repository. You can see it's the specific git repository. We'll have to import it. Now actually let me make sure here is a issues. Actually, before we doing that, let me define. Actually, here we need to do a little modifications. We don't need it actually nodemon. We need to define node index.js. So as we edit this package.json file, let me again git add git commit -m. So that would be update start command and git push. Okay, so I did it a little bit again. Okay, so if you refresh it, then okay, this command is updated right now. So now go back again and we'll try to import it again. Okay, so let me show you from the start. So we'll go to the dashboard sections, then we'll click to add create projects. Then we'll import the last projects that we import it, and we don't need to do anything. You can simply, as we don't have any npm packages, environmental packages, we keep it directly on the index.js file. We didn't use any API key. Actually everything is there, so we don't need environmental variable, and we can just click this deployment. You can edit this name. Okay, not worries. So if I click this deploy, so look, it's actually going to build. It takes few seconds. So there is the get routes. So why actually not getting the routes? Let me check. Go to dashboard, click this domain. Okay, so let me hit API slash. Okay, let me try with this API. Okay, you can see all the data is there. So if you go to API slash wall items, then you can see all the items is getting. So that means our API is working. So if the API is working, maybe here we define the get path is here, so that's why it's actually not working. If we just replace it outside, maybe here, then it will working. Let me just try again. We'll add git add comments, git commit dash m, then we will define start API path. I'm just pushing the code so that I can see if it's showing on root, and that would be git push. Okay, so if I just back and refresh it, wait until it's updated. So let me here if the git repository is updated. Okay, now updated. Here if you go back to the overview and it's updated, so let's go inside here and look, the route is now active. If you go to a specific routes all items, you will get all items. If you go to a specific ID, then here you will have items, a specific ID, so a specific items is there. So that means this is our root route, and we'll have to copy it and we'll replace it on the front end. So let me replace it. So we'll close the backend and we'll go to the front end, and from here what you have to do, you have to go to any page. Maybe we can go to product and recipe. Here you can see a API. You don't have to copy everything, you will just copy the root route. So this is the root route. We'll click the search icon and we'll search it. Okay, now next is that we'll copy this root URL and then we'll replace it there. We don't need to define slash actually. So when it's fine, then we'll replace it. Replace all. Now you can see it's actually changed, and we can just check it from other places. So let me check it from another place, it on main.jsx. Yeah, it's actually replaced properly. So right now you can see our server is stopped, the server is not running. So let me check if the front end is working or not. So click here. So here all the data is showing. If I click a single data, the data is showing. That means our API is working. So everything is fine, recipes, okay, all the data is going. So if you have all of this stuff, now we will have to just deploy the front end part. So for this front end actually we'll have to add another package server sorry, another vercel.json.config file. So when you are on the backend, we will click this package.json and create a new vercel.json file. So let me create a new vercel.json file, and here what you will include, will have a curly braces, then we will have a keyword that is rewrite, that is rewrites, and then we'll have a clone curly braces, and here we'll have a curly braces, then we'll have a source, and our source will be dot slash slash and this, and we'll have a destination, and we'll add the destination is on the slash html, মানে this HTML file. The starting point will be this HTML file. So we'll define the destination here, and our source will be the root source. Everything is included. Slash dot static means everything is included. So if you have all of this stuff, you can just stop this front end, and now we'll create another repository. So click here, and we'll define Basify front end app, create a repository, upload your code. So let me add it here. Next, git init. Next, git add. And finally, we'll have to copy all of this 4 lines, paste it here, press enter. Okay, if everything is fine, next what you have to do, if you just refresh, then you can see your code is updated here. Now you will go back to the Vercel, refresh it. Now create a new project, import your frontend app, the last repository we just created. Click import, then we don't need to define anything. You can simply click this deploy. Okay, congratulations, that means your project is deployed. And if you click continue, right now let me close all of this stuff. So our app is there, and here is the domain URL. If you click here, then it's redirect to the Vercel URL. And let me check everything is, yeah, the data is showing, all of this stuff is fine. You can see all the images is there. If you click recipe page, then you can see all the recipes is there. Then if you click about page, the about page is here. If you click contact page, this contact page is there. And if you just want to filter any recipes, then click here. So it's the filtering is working. Okay, so fine, I think all of this is okay, and you can share with your employee, or if you want to seek intern, then you can share this URL to your bosses. Okay, thank you.